So, Jared, I've played Silent Hill 2. Very, very difficult game to parse, I think, in some ways. You know, it's pretty deep. But I think the question that I had most after beating the game was, where the hell did Eddie get that pizza?
You know, there's been a lot of speculation over the years.
Of course. Scholarly writing.
Yes. And I don't want to disappoint you, but that is one of the many unanswered questions of the Silent Hill franchise.
Well, I was really thinking about this last night as I tried to go to sleep. And, you know, I considered all the evidence that we had. I've viewed all of the academic writing on this subject. You know, I've done my research. I've watched the How Did Eddie Get Pizza into Silent Hill video.
Video essay, yeah.
Yes. And I mean, really, that's underselling it. It's more a journal article, if you will, something worthy of scientific prizes. But it finally hit me. Eddie got the pizza, threw them in the back of his car, and drove to Silent Hill. And the pizza was in the back of his car the whole time.
So he had road pizza. Yeah. That's good. No, I like that. That. The pizza was in the trunk the whole time. Hashtag.
Yeah, I think this is really a theory that we could get some traction in over at the r/Silent Hill community.
Wiki. Forget about it. No, that's in there already. I'm sure.
I wonder, do Silent Hill fans hate you as much as Resident Evil fans seem to?
Yes.
Okay, great.
No,
so
way more.
I'm glad I'm doing this podcast with you where we talk about Silent Hill and where I'm going to have some opinions that, well, you know what? I think me and you are just both going to be excommunicated by the Silent Hill community because
I'm okay with that.
On this episode of the podcast, dear viewer, I will be dismantling the original Silent Hill 2 on PS2. I will be apologizing and supporting the Silent Hill 2 HD collection, and I will be apologizing and supporting the Silent Hill 2 remake.
Interesting. Okay. This is going to be fun, dude.
Yeah. So I think the main thing I want to do here to start, because listen, over the past week, I've really scoured the internet looking for like everything Silent Hill 2 related that I can consume to try to reach some sort of help me to reach my understanding, but also get like a sort of community feel for what this game is. Cause I feel like that was something I was missing in our Silent Hill 1 episode, was just, I'd basically just beaten the game like the day before or something. And I came in here and I talked about it.
Well, I think, honestly, I don't know if we've done this yet, but I think it's important for the people watching this to know, because this is something that is interesting as shit to me. The reason why you're doing this is because you are like a relatively young guy who grew up
thank you.
Just on the outskirts of a lot of this culturally relevant gaming stuff.
Yeah.
And the same thing with cinema too. There's a lot of movies that you just missed out on due to disinterest or whatever.
The Avalanche Reviews Discord won't let me forget that part.
Yeah, it's really fun actually. But right now, what Benny is doing is going back and sort of from a modern lens, trying out all of these games that everybody swears by, all the stuff that is kind of like the ground floor. Everybody assumes you've already played Silent Hill 2 kind of stuff. So Benny's going back and trying it as somebody who's just been raised in the 360.
Yeah, like maybe? I think the first game that I ever really got into, I was 8 years old and it was newly released. Battlefield 4 was like my first big game. So like Battlefield 4, and I had like my first 3 big games like San Andreas, Battlefield 4, when I was Call of Duty 4. So like I had like a little bit of like already at that point sort of retro games in my I don't know what you call that. My portfolio, if you want to make it that serious, as a 8-year-old child. But my experiences are much. I've heard about these games over the years continually over and over again, but I've never played them.
Yes. Which I think is a context that's going to be necessary for whatever is about to come next.
No, definitely, I think it will be, because I have up until this point, I've played most of the like mainline Resident Evil games. I haven't finished 5 or 6. I've played What else? I've tried to play a few of the Final Fantasy games. I've played the Metal Gear Solid games this year. I've played a lot of the like big, deep, I guess you could call them, survival horror games, or just plain horror games like Machine for Pigs, that kind of thing. And because I've been in those communities, I've heard so much about how good Silent Hill 2 is, how it's the best game ever created, the best Silent Hill game, which I disagree with. And this sort of bastion of like, wow, they never made games like this before it came out, and they don't make games like this now. Which is a talking point I'm always very against, I think, of people like being very anti-modern games, especially when it's something like Silent Hill 2 that is, 23 years old now? Like, maybe you think games were better, but it's likely because you were a kid back then, and you have more positive memories of all these games that you could play, and you probably played more games too. And I feel like Silent Hill 2 might be a victim of that. I started Silent Hill 2 maybe 3 times. I've tried to get into it. Because back when we were doing this podcast, I was still in school. I tried to beat it, then my PS3 broke. So that kind of put me off for a week. I found out why. It was just my outlet just won't work with the PS3. Like I can plug it into any other outlet and it'll work. Just not one specific outlet. And I
guess it's better than the PS3 being broke.
Yeah. So I don't really know what happened there, but and I guess also to clarify for anyone very specific in their emulation tastes or their upscaling tastes as Jared, I'm a big comfort fan. I don't really care how good of an experience it is. I will enjoy the experience more if I'm in my bed on a big TV. So I've played basically all of these old games, PS3, HDMI to the TV. And I think that's a good balance between like original hardware, since it is basically just emulating what was there originally, and like
there is
comfort.
PS2 hardware on board though.
Yeah,
it is mostly accurate, and there is some software emulation going on for very small transfer operations, and I think they emulate the amount of video memory maybe because they have to allocate it through software instead of hardware. I forget how it goes, but you playing it on PS3, you certainly could do much worse as far as playing a Silent Hill
and it has
game.
Bluetooth audio, wireless controllers that I can just plug in, and surround sound support, like all the things that I would expect as original as possible. Where was I going with that? Oh yeah, so like I have come to this trying to be as faithful as possible, but someone playing it 23 years ago would maybe have heard it from their friends at school or something, or read on a forum somewhere how good it was. But like, I have had years and years of people building this game up as like the best piece of fiction ever created by mankind almost. And I like to say I'm unaffected by hype, but when I first played this game, we'll get into it once we get through the plot analysis and all that. I really didn't like the writing. I really didn't like the voice acting, and it was really disappointing. And I've kind of come around from that in my, I guess you could say, research of just like consuming more content, replaying the game, that sort of thing. And I think that'll be a big part of my defense on the HD collection. But that is where I'm coming from. And you, of course, you're a veteran of this series. Big Silent Hill guy. Your Silent Hill 2 video.
Big Silent Hill guy, dude.
I'm gonna say that if we do any series, it's gonna be Jared, big blank guy of whatever we're doing.
Yeah. No, I'm good with that.
Your Silent Hill 2 video. I'm really sorry, Jared, but it's terrible. I agree. I think it's your worst video that you have I've seen probably 80% of your catalog. I think it is a lot of videos. Yes. Especially because like they're all like 3 hours long, and you spend 2 hours of it talking about these shitty like pixel peaking fucking like
the best parts. Yeah, no,
the stuff I don't care about. And I still think this is your worst video because it's not because you're necessarily saying anything wrong or that I really disagree with in most cases. It's just that it's so it's parroting basically what everyone else has said on the game over the years, and it's not saying anything new.
Interesting.
Which is not, I don't think, your fault. When you're looking at a game, you're like, I'm just going to review this. You're going to talk about the same things and in a similar way. But with Silent Hill, I feel like everyone always talks about it the exact same way. And I think this podcast is going to be one of the few pieces that kind of bucks that trend. And I hope we're going to talk about it in a different way. Which is why I don't want to just do like the kind of general podcast thing of we run through the plot and like, oh, I like that part. I like that part. I think we might as well still do that first just to get anything that comes with that out the door.
Okay.
But I don't want to spend too long on that because I feel like that just falls into the same, oh, the game is great because the music is good and the writing is good and it's weird. That kind of most writing on this game tends to be.
Okay.
So I guess let's go ahead and start. This game, like I said, I started it 3 times over the past couple months, and I didn't get into it until like last Friday after the Silent Hill 2 remake transmission. I'm like, I just need to beat this game.
Well, what do you always get to like a similar spot and then quit, or is there something specific?
I've gotten to the bowling alley twice, or right before the bowling alley twice, after meeting Maria, and it's just kind of I just wasn't feeling it.
Which is a pretty good distance in.
Yeah,
like you felt out a good amount of the game.
Yeah. But I think there's kind of a natural lull there that's on purpose because you've just spent so much time in a very tense atmosphere in the apartments. But it is a point in which is the easiest point to get off the ride if you're not enjoying it. But I will say this last time I played it, I was enjoying the beginning quite more, I think. Just because I was more into it. I turned all the lights off. I have this weird, like, I have it here, this typewriter that I use to like write my notes that you can't access the internet on it or anything. I had no phone, no guide, nothing. Just like the typewriter for notes, because I'm terrible handwriting, and the game. Which again is back to that, like trying to recreate that original experience. And loading up the game, it's hard not to escape what the opening moments of this game are just from being on the internet. James in the bathroom, Maria or Mary reading the opening lines, walking down that very, very like almost comically long forest path down to meet Angela. It's something that I never like consciously knew that I knew, but once I was there, I was like, I recognize all of this through one way or another. I mentioned this last episode on the Silent Hill 1 episode, but I was never spoiled for Silent Hill 2 until you tweeted about the big twist of the game.
No.
So I would have essentially went into this game completely blind if it weren't for you. No. And
you're the theoretical person that I think about. Like if I tweet out that Aerith dies in FM7, there's one theoretical person that goes, what?
Exactly. Yeah. And that was me for this. So I think I would have ended up probably hearing about it during the Silent Hill transmission because chat was talking about it the entire time. Yeah. But you were the one to break that for me. So I hope you feel good about that.
A little bit. Yeah.
But yeah, no, it's kind of in my memory somewhere, the opening moments of this game, which maybe set me up for failure a little bit too. One thing I want to mention, I wrote about this a lot in my notes, is the sort of I don't even know how to describe it. The like video game canonization of Silent Hill, where like it is this essential game, and so everyone talks about it, which kind of ruins the own game because people talk about it so much. That it is kind of set new people up for failure. Like with the Silent Hill 2 remake, there's no way you can even like watch a trailer and not know the twist of the game because everyone in the comments is talking about it. And I guess you could say like 23-year-old game, but you know, it sucks for new people like me coming to this. I'm kind of saying all this to try to set up that not make my negative comments that I'll be making soon. It seems so horrible, but I think that it's your fault. I didn't like the game. Silent Hill fans, it's your fault.
I will take my tiny portion of the blame for that.
Yeah, and mostly actually Jared's fault. So if you have anyone to attack, go after him.
Please.
Anyway, James is, or actually first, I before I forget, in my Restless Streams, I see that town, Silent Hill. Is that potentially the most well-known video game dialogue quote?
I mean, it's up there like war never changes.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Like, but even war never changes. Like,
castle.
Is that a dialogue? Is princesses in another castle? Is that dialogue? I don't really know. This is like, this is a character saying something emotionally motivated.
Yeah.
And not just like
more like a monologue
catchphrase.
then,
yeah. And I think this might be the like best known example of that. I can't think of anything else, at least on the top of my head.
Nice, yeah. Maybe the words Resident Evil being said when you start a game.
Or Resident Evil retrospective. I think maybe it might be up there. But anyway, we're in this game, right? We're in Silent Hill. You get this letter. James walks down the very comically long forest hill. Man, I hate the fog in this game. It is my least outside fog, at least. I like the indoor environments, but the kind of rolling liquidity that the fog has seems so unrealistic. Like it looks like steam to me, more than it looks like fog. And
I'm sure we could chalk that up to like technical limitations.
Yeah, I think that's definitely a technical thing. Like even the Silent Hill 2 remake, one of the reasons I like it so much is because I think the fog looks better in that implementation. But yeah, that kind of threw me off a little bit where I'm like, is this supposed to be how this looks? Like, is this intended, or is this, that comes a lot in with this game. Is this artist's intent, or was this just the time that this game was created that forged this?
Well, there was also a sort of, because this game was made with the PS2, I mean, it was supposed to be just a PS2 exclusive. The PS2's architecture was mega unique in the way that it both the way that it existed and the way that you had to interact with it via creating a game. And a lot of times the PS2's fill rate was faster than its like processing speed. So they could move stuff in and out of RAM or in and out of a type of memory very fast. So things like transparencies and fog effects play into that realm. So Konami was trying to like, okay, let's do this and let's play to the strengths of the console while keeping the visual theming kind of strong. And that was essentially the best looking fog we had at the time.
Yeah, well, I can understand that from like, this is the best fidelity in terms of fog that we've seen, but I think from just like an aesthetic and sort of feeling of the world, I think Silent Hill 1 has already done it better on the previous console. Like I think that sort of like the sharp cutoff where you actually can't see anything in front of you versus like this wistful, like you can kind of see in front of you, but you really can't. I think works in indoor spaces when things are very easily manufactured by the developer to be exactly the way they want. Whereas outside, I'm just kind of running around. I don't know where to go. It's like impossible to find items. Essentially, if you're not looking at James's head, which I didn't even know was a thing until after I beat the game, so that didn't help me.
Oh man, that sucks because that was like the coolest little thing when I first noticed.
I think it's cool too, but I knew he looked at enemies, but I never clocked that he also looked at items.
Interesting.
And yeah, so I think that kind of brought my original experience or my first few moments of this game. Like, kind of soaking in the vibe that soiled it a little bit. But not to say it's a big problem. I don't want to exacerbate that, but just something I noted.
Sure.
Of course, the first social interaction James has in this game, I love that even in the HD collection, where I think the voice acting is much more believable overall, like from a is this a real person feeling? I think that this first scene is just weird no matter what. And certainly I think people have defended that quite a bit because it is artist's intent for this game. But it's sort of unsettling. I think what people have said is that like it's I think the term Lynchian is a bit overused. Everything is Lynchian to everyone. But
this specifically, they did kind of set
in this
off
case,
with the very...
yes. I think that is a working description of it. And I think that kind of like hurts it a little bit later in the game. But especially right now, I think when I coming from this again as someone who is not... I wasn't even alive when this game released. I'm already so far pulled out of the experience because it's a very antiquated experience that then being met with a dialogue that is just... I said, like originally when I beat the game, it felt like it was just extremely poor localization and like terrible dialogue writing, which I now know through watching like documentaries on how the game was made is really not the case, but it feels exactly like the dialogue in like Resident Evil 1 that is truly badly localized and poorly acted. So I kind of never got that out of my head, was that like, man, this dialogue kind of sucks, dude. I don't like it.
I think that there is, especially coming from a modern lens and being used to incredible voice acting talents that are around right now, it's really easy to look at Silent Hill 2's voice acting. And like you said, there was an intentional delivery for specifically Angela.
Yeah.
Because they didn't want Angela to like trauma dump, and that's how you find out what's wrong. Eddie doing it out of anger kind of makes sense for his character.
Yeah.
Angela, doesn't even want to speak these things into like existence. So the way that you're supposed to know something is wrong with Angela is how stilted her when she talks, and then she realizes she said something that maybe she might have been abused for at home or something like that. But your first time playing the game without the context of the internet, that is not going to be obvious. For most people, it wouldn't be obvious. And because it's an older game, this might be just me, because even, growing up in that generation, when I play an older game that does something really innovative or that you might see today in like today's like everything's been done landscape, I tend to go, you almost don't believe it. Like they were doing that back then, you know? So you're not expecting for somebody to take that kind of deliberate of a move like that. And I think.
I think Angela was the character that I specifically. I think the best performance is obviously Mary at the end of the game. I think that is like the best performance. But I think this sort of feeling works specifically for Angela because she's going to be awkward when she's trying to kind of step on nails, essentially try not to say the wrong thing. And I think you immediately kind of understand that from her too. Even in the HD collection, just like with both performances, I think it's done well in that regard. But then James also kind of matching that energy, even though James is like just like some normal guy essentially, was what kind of made it feel wrong. If I think Troy Baker is a bad choice for James. But if you had that, the Troy Baker level of believability, in like Guy, how do you say his name? Sihi?
Sihi.
Yeah. Guy Sihi's voice, I think it would have hit it would have made more sense because you have one character that is obviously very grounded and one that is acting strange. Like Alan Wake 2 does it a lot, where like still did delivery or like someone being like maybe not awkward, but like they're obviously hiding something. You can tell that because everyone else in the game is a normal human who has says normal things, and James isn't. And especially once you meet Eddie, he's also the same. And then you meet Laura, and she's also the same. And then you meet Maria, and she's also the same. And they're certainly not all kind of walking on eggshells as much as Angela, but they all have that awkward vibe.
There's also an intentionality there as well. With the dialogue, they wanted to tap into, like you were talking about, a Lynchian sort of bend to it, more of a sort of dream logic. And you can also see that in the dialogue from Silent Hill 1, but not quite so strong, is this sometimes things that people are saying aren't supposed to make sense to you reasonably, but they're supposed to have some sort of an effect on, you know, how you perceive things subconsciously, maybe even. There was like a push towards doing that as well. But if we're going to be totally honest, and this is where we're both going to get the hate, I love the voice acting in Silent Hill 2, but I love it as a preference.
Yeah.
And if you were to play The Last of Us and then immediately play Silent Hill 2 on the PS2, obviously the quality of voice acting and the quality of the delivery is not going to match up.
Yeah.
That being said, because these lines were spoken into existence in this way, as somebody who played it at the time, and at the time there was good voice acting, but the standards obviously weren't quite so high. You know, it's easier for that not to have stood out as being particularly terrible, although reviews of the day would sort of poke fun at it.
Yeah, that was interesting. I did read a few like original reviews. I read one of IGN's like 4 reviews of this game for some reason.
Interesting.
They're all from different writers, but their website is also terrible from back then. Like they have each individual article is like a video that they recorded on like a Sony Handycam of E3 of someone talking from the back of the auditorium, fully zoomed in. And so there's just like maybe 30 articles when you search Silent Hill 2 on their website. There's like video.30, bunch of numbers, like encoding information, resolution. So it's very hard to find those kind of things on IGN's website. Also cool to look at, though. That was kind of a time capsule that I didn't know this game was at one point was going to be called Silent Hill 2. What was it? Restless Dreams. Something I never knew, wouldn't have discovered. No one's ever talked about that except in this article from 2000, which is cool to see. And I do want to talk about this dialogue or my preference with the performances a lot later once we get into HD collection, because I think that's where my biggest problem with this original game has come from. But I can, on one hand, I'm like, yeah, I can understand the intentionality behind it, but it's pulling me out of the experience to such a degree that I'm no longer paying attention to the things that matter. And I'm now instead fully fixated on like a dialogue that is laugh out loud bad at some point from a first experience. Obviously later I have a big gripe with the all you care about is your dead wife, James. That was the funniest shit ever, dude. I started laughing so hard. I don't know anything that happened in that cutscene after that point. Because I was like, who wrote this game? How is this the best writing that the video games have to offer? I don't think
any human being alive has ever spoken those words to another human being outside of that
Jesus,
game.
Dude. Like I get what it means from the artist, or not the artistic, but like the storyline of the game. It's just like, I'm not considering that in the moment. It's just so stupid. And there's another example in the graveyard sequence. I don't remember quite what. I wish I wrote it down, but like, I was complaining about the original voices in the Avalanche Reviews Discord, available on his Patreon or YouTube membership. And they were like, yeah, okay, dude, look at this video. This compares the originals versus the HD collection. And I don't know what cutscene they showed. It was from the graveyard. And I just watched like 3 seconds and it was the funniest thing ever again. I'm like, how do you take this game seriously when every 3 seconds it is like the just the funniest shit accidentally ever said in a serious manner. And I think it's because it's said in such a serious manner, but with that specific delivery that makes it so funny, because you're like, on one hand, how did they let that happen? But on the other hand, they didn't let that happen. That was what they wanted. Which I think brings you out, especially in the beginning.
I think if I had to guess, knowing what I know about production of Silent Hill 2 specifically, Silent Hill 2, Team Silent took a very creative vision over everything approach to development. And I would imagine whoever's in charge of translation / localization had to work within a very narrow like area, because I imagine you bring this to the writers and say, okay, here's how I've translated, you better get that cough checked out. And they're like, no, it has to, you know what
That's
I mean?
The most
like
dopey line ever. Oh my god.
Well, see, I like that line because
I like it too. I like it too. I'm not saying it's bad. It's just, it's another one of those that made me laugh.
I get it. I 100% get it. And I think in my head canon, whoever was translating it was bringing it back to the staff, and the staff was going, no, this has to like come out in this sort of way.
In my research, and also my favorite, I don't want to say favorite because I love everyone in the Avalanche Reviews Discord, but Gobbins also mentioned this. Like the localization person they had on the team for Silent Hill 2 was like Konami's best. And lines of dialogue were recorded hundreds and hundreds of times. And they picked Guy Seehee, random guy off the street, basically, to get this specific vibe, which what makes me so makes it so tragic to me that like they spent so long and so hard trying to get this exact delivery and this exact like, I don't want to say Lynchian again, but like this dream-like feel to it. And for that to really not hit because the game's also old and I'm not used to things that are bad, which I think if you're looking at the voice acting from a like believable person point of view, it's bad. But it's
I think this is understandable. I mean, imagine you're watching a modern day horror movie with really convincing CGI or something, or The Thing from the fucking 80s or 70s with really convincing prosthetics.
I watched that last week. So good. Oh my, dude.
So good, dude. That movie holds up no matter when you watch it. But then imagining going from that to your typical like 1960s schlocky horror movie. You know, there was some good cinema to have come out of that time, but the guy in the suit, if you watch it as someone who grew up today, it's not going to hit in the way, and you're going to go like, oh, that's obviously, you know, it's going to take you out of the thing. So I think what you're feeling is just the obvious effect of somebody who was not in that when all those things were coming out.
Yeah, I think it's particularly damaging on the voice side because I have played a lot of old games at this point, especially for like someone my age, that I am used to the graphics and I am used to the voice acting being bad because it's poorly localized, or the person they hired to do the voice acting was like the guy they found on the bench outside the studio. Right. And so when I come to Silent Hill 2 and it's basically the same thing, I'm already used to the graphics. I like tank controls. I like all of these things that this game does. And the dialogue is that same kind of dopey level that it just gets wrapped into the same sort of artistic vision that like was there an artistic vision with RE1's voice acting? I don't really think so. Like they just did it. And that gets thrown on Silent Hill 2, unfortunately. But I do want to come back to this once we talk about the HD collection, because there's a lot of differences that I think I don't think people give that game's voice acting enough credit in some cases. But I don't want to talk on it too long. That it's kind of we're just saying the same thing over and over again.
Right.
But of course, graveyard scene that ends. Angela, I think she might be my favorite character. Mainly, like even just the first two scenes she's in. I think maybe because originally the dialogue was strange, but she was kind of a strange character in the way that Maria and Laura, they're like kind of horror movie strange, but they're not like. I didn't feel like it was intentional, the performances originally, but Angela matched. Angela fit. I feel like to me. And so that's a dialogue exchange I think works because of Angela. But again, James, right after this, James walks away. He's like, okay, it's dangerous. I don't care, which feels a lot like him kind of, he's fixated on finding his dead wife that might now be alive. And that line works. But then he's like, the end of the conversation is just like, she says something. He's like, okay. And then leaves. Like they don't say like I'll see you later or be safe or something. It just ends and he walks away. James, very awkward guy, I think, in like the I forget who it was. I think it was Super Eye Patch Wolf maybe, and also Jacob Geller on the Something Rotten podcast. They talk about him being like this sort of 90s early 2000s like a person who's kind of stuck in like his high school phase, where like he feels very like high school rebel, like kind of almost skate kid in the way that it's portrayed in media, where like he's awkward and he's like he doesn't really know what he's doing. He's just happy to be there. And James kind of gives that off a little bit. I think the music helps too. A lot of the music gives that same like, this is something I would have listened to in high school, kind of vibe.
Yeah, because Silent Hill 2 did go for a more kind of electric guitar.
Yeah, it's a little bit rocky, and I think that fits that read on him a lot. But then like I'm kind of settled into him as that character, and then like I walk into Silent Hill, and he sees blood on the ground. He's like, "Is that blood?" And then obviously you go over to find the radio, and there's a monster there, and he's like, he's not really scared. He's more like disgusted, and then he just beats this thing to death, and walks away. Like, wow, okay, I just killed this. What I would imagine if I was in that situation was like some fucked up human, because it looks very human. But he just like doesn't care. He's just kind of chill with it. He's like, whatever, man. I'm here to save my wife. That's what matters. Which makes him feel like a less believable character. I think at that point, because
there's a potential lore explanation for that. One that I like, but I understand people not really accepting. But since James is populating Silent Hill via his own internal struggles and issues, everything that he sees is roughly familiar to him in a sense, to the degree that this is something he's been struggling with for a very long time, given physical shape. And his surprise is more, how is this getting outside of my head?
Okay, yeah.
That is an accepted explanation, but to be a very realistic person, it's interesting how sometimes an explanation for intentional bad stuff can look exactly like someone messing up and doing something bad on accident.
But also, like, if I had imagined these creatures in my mind, I would be, and then they appeared in front of me and attacked me in what feels like to me real life, I would be a lot more concerned and scared than just, oh, it came to life kind of, like sort of ease of like, he doesn't care that it's real. He's just kind of, that's disgusting. Move on. I think that works with Pyramid Head specifically. Like I think he understands very on that, like, that this is sort of a mirror to him in a way. But the monsters are, even if, which I think is pretty clear that they are from his psyche. I think it's just weird how he's so chill about it in a way.
Yeah. I totally get that. Always, for me personally, Silent Hill 2 does such a good job, and it's something you're not going to see repeated in the series after this point. Silent Hill 3 after this has a much, it's a more grounded feel, being in heavy quotations, of course. But Silent Hill 2 really stepped on the gas for the dreamy feeling to it. And a lot of that is, we have these three dreamers essentially sharing the same dream, and both of them are all three of them are populating it with their internal trauma.
Yeah.
It's the same way that if you were having a dream and zombies were rising from the grave, you would not be surprised that zombies were rising from the grave. You would just be, but again, from someone who's playing it for the first time, that also just feels like something that somebody could have accidentally messed up. And to completely fair, a lot of things that we Silent Hill fans have come to take as intentionality. If I had made a video game and messed something up and everybody fell in love with what I messed up, I'd probably take credit for it as being on purpose as well. So there is a balancing act there.
There's something that came up pretty much exactly like that on the Something Rotten podcast. Great podcast, by the way. I don't know if you've probably not listened to it, but
I don't think I have.
Good recommendation. They cover like basically the games we've been covering, Resident Evil, like gross rotten games essentially.
Oh, dope. All right.
And it's mentioned like the theory that like Mary was in the back of James's car the whole time. And that's a very popular theory that some people have, and that Masahiro Ito kind of approved of that, and he was like, yes, that is the truth. And Jacob Geller was like to a certain extent, sure, I can understand that, but if Team Silent wanted Mary to be in the back of the car, they would have just put her in the back of the car. They're the ones making the game. If they wanted it canon in some way, they could have made it canon in some way, and they didn't. With how intentional everything in this game is, if that was intended, they would have intended it. They wouldn't have just kind of gestured to it and then not done anything with it.
Well, see, that actually plays into something incredibly interesting, because one of the reasons I think Silent Hill 2 is it is the most popular Silent Hill game, is because they lean so heavily into this sense of massive interpretation. They wanted the viewer to project themselves into this world and then like receive from it what they thought was going on. But there is, like we were talking about with Silent Hill 1, there is a story in Silent Hill 2 that exists outside of interpretation. But Silent Hill 2 has a lot more of those small points where you can interpret because there is no physical in-game information.
That's something I like. I think the game should do more, is this like open or availability to make the game your own, sort of like personal idea of what you think is going on. That I think Silent Hill 2 is one of the things Silent Hill 2 does well. But on the other hand, Silent Hill 1 I think really worked because Harry is believable. He's some guy, his daughter was with him, and now his daughter is gone, and he's a father. He will do anything, go through any hell to go find her and protect her and keep her safe. James, at the beginning of the game, to the player, you believe that he believes Mary is dead. And so I don't think like if I thought my partner was dead and I saw her die, which is how we believe it to be in the beginning, and I got a letter, I'm like, this is a joke. Like someone is pulling a prank on me, or something on accident happened here, like an old letter got sent to me or something. I wouldn't be like, well, I got to go through this town of terrible, horrible things and not question it at all and be totally chill with it and fine. Because this letter I got that doesn't really prove anything.
So there is a reason for that as well. What ending?
There's a reason for it. Well, I don't want to talk about the endings yet specifically.
Okay.
Because we're going to get into that a lot. Okay. But yeah, I get that. But as with all of these things, you don't know that until at least the end of the game. If not, most of those things I didn't get at the beginning of the game, or in my first playthrough at all.
Yeah,
because of so much that was pulling me out.
Yeah, that one specifically, I don't see how anyone would have been able to jump to the conclusion there, what you're mentioning, without having beaten the game. I'm
not saying that's a bad thing. I just think Silent Hill 1 is able to tie you into this grounded plot. I like Silent Hill 2 almost doesn't have a plot, right? It's kind of like multiple locations and experiences and vignettes that aren't really tied together in any sort of form other than James walking to one in each of them. Whereas like Silent Hill 1 has a storyline. There are characters that have motivations, and there are kind of a lot more specificity to things. Like you meet the cop lady, and the cop lady's like, I'll go get help. You try to kind of figure out what's going on. And so then you go and try to figure out what's going on. And the whole time you're looking for your daughter, and you meet characters that slowly unravel this mystery. And Silent Hill 2 doesn't unravel anything really ever until Mary's like last letter that kind of puts a lot of things into perspective. But it's much more thematic in a sense, which I like from like as someone who I'm a writer. I love writing stories. That is interesting to me, but I need something there to kind of push me along this path. I think that's why I fell off so much early on, is because it just felt so disconnected. And I think disconnected is good. Again, like Silent Hill 1 feels the same in many ways to a lesser extent, but it has just enough concreteness to it, I think, to keep you going along.
I would agree too. Yeah,
I'm a Silent Hill 1 big Silent Hill 1 fan, so I'm going to be comparing this a lot to Silent Hill 1. I love that game, but
hell yeah, okay.
That, especially coming from Silent Hill 1 to Silent Hill 2, mostly directly after one another, that's one of the things I picked up on.
What I typically tell people, because I get DMs and comments from people all the time. It's like, I love your video. Sadly, I'm one of the guys who likes Silent Hill X versus, the one that you like. And I'm like, if we're talking about the first 3 Silent Hill games, there's no bad answer. Yeah. It's like, oh no, 1's my favorite. Correct. 3's my favorite. Well, correct. Yeah. You're good.
I think I don't want to get into this now. I do want to mention that though before I forget. Like, I don't hate Silent Hill 2. It's going to sound right now like I do for a while pretty much until the end.
It sounds
much
like
the similar of the game.
You came in with a lot of hype.
Yeah.
And
it didn't meet me there.
Hype was not delivered to you. I get you. I get it.
So I don't hate this game, but I feel like as a first time experience, it kind of fails on a lot of things. That coming to it with like a scholarly, like I want to understand the game, helped me later on, but really didn't come through on a first playthrough. For example, what happens right after this? James on his radio that he just found, fights the zombie. Radio comes to life after he kills the, I forget what they're called. I know all the names of all the other monsters except whatever this thing is.
Lying figure?
Yeah, lying figure, correct. He kills the lying figure, and his radio comes to life, and you basically can't understand what's being said, but it is a woman, and she says, on the subtitles say J.A. cut off. probably Mary trying to talk to James, which I think is like the first time that this game actually effectively pulls you in a way that's not like the beginning of the game feels very not rough, but like it's pushing against you on every point. This is the first time that I felt like, okay, now we're kind of getting to something, even though it's only 30 minutes into the game. It's the first moment that was like, I'm starting to actually be interested in the situation here. I think another thing this game did well, thing that happens right after that, the kind of pathing the game takes you on, there's no checkpoints, there's no waypoints. It's almost like semi-open world for most of the runtime of the game until like the back half at least. And the way it pushed me along the first few times, it actually didn't work like my last time on playing the HD collection, but all the prior times I was pushed directly, very sort of like I didn't notice it was happening at all. I was pushed very effectively to the dead guy with the key, to the point where I played the HD collection and I just went straight to the apartment. I'm like, I needed a key. I don't even remember that even happening. What that's I think a testament. I think Silent Hill 1 does that, maybe not equally as well, but that's also just probably a Team Silent experience thing. This is their second time around doing that kind of thing, that they know how to do it much more effectively now than they did the first time. But it's I think a portion of this game that isn't really mentioned because everyone's so focused on like the themes and the story that it has a very sort of natural way to guide the player that isn't really done. Like, I don't even know how they do it really, because you have a map that's basically your only explanation. And other than the like willingness to explore, you would never really find anything. So I think that's a good layout, especially of the town, that leads you to that.
For sure.
And shows that Team Silent, even as I complain about them at every step, they know how to make a damn good video game.
Yeah, for sure.
So of course you get the key and you walk in to your big first location. My favorite location, maybe in video games ever, I think, is the first apartment.
Woodside Apartments?
Yes.
Hell yeah.
God damn, this place. It's I've talked to you especially about how nothing really scares me anymore. I got scared 4 times in this game. I wrote them down. Four times I felt fear when we find it. And the first one was in the apartment. You kind of walk in. Again, as much of the game is, you're kind of without an objective. You're just trying to find the way forward to find Mary. And you walk around, open some doors. Almost every door in this game is locked. One of my big gripes with Silent Hill 1 was that there was not enough guidance to lead you somewhere. And so I go around to every like door on a block and try to open it, and they're all just scenery. Silent Hill 2 has that issue. Silent Hill 2 has that same issue that really pulls me out. I think in the apartment it works though. When I'm outside in the town and I'm just clicking on a texture and it does nothing and James doesn't say anything, I'm like, I wish. I think like Max Payne, for example, same year, does that more efficiently, where like the doors that you can go through look like doors that you can go through. They're like 3D modeled, and the rest of the doors are like a texture against the wall. Everything in this game looks the exact same in terms of like entryways. And so that was another thing that pulled me out. But then in the apartments, it kind of does the opposite, where because every door is interactable, you have this sort of not suburban, but like this feels like a space where there could still be people living somehow.
Yes,
because there are so many doors locked, and there are sounds and like not. I don't think there's ever like specifically like murmuring or really even like screams or anything outside of the characters that we meet.
There is
like, oh, go ahead.
Right where you see Pyramid Head the first time standing beyond the bars.
Oh, yes. Yes.
When you walk out of that room, there's a scream, and there's that dead guy in the refrigerator, I think.
Okay.
Refrigerator or the TV, I forget.
The TV, yeah. So like, but again, that is like something you can see in game. That is something that happens. That's an event. You can see the dead body. There's never like something Team Bloober does all the time. And a lot of other kind of like B tier horror games, is that there will just be like a door and there's murmuring behind it. Or screams in the distance, and like that never hits with me. And in fact, the kind of absence of that, because it is so often used, makes the experience more scary and off-putting. The thing that scared me though here, that like actually I felt my fight or flight kick in. I think it's on the first floor. There, or maybe it's the second floor on the far right side where it's like that long hallway. That there's complete darkness at the end of the hallway. You can't really see what's there, and you slowly walk up, and there's just a light in the distance, and you can see just the silhouette of a mannequin thing.
Yeah,
and you don't notice it until you're like your brain notices it, but you don't. For like a good maybe second or so, and then as you keep getting closer, you actually see it. And that is a thing that like in a worse game would be like a jump scare, like it appears in the hallway randomly,
or a cutscene,
yeah,
interactive moment,
or like I think PT does it a lot, where like you're just walking down a hallway and boom, it's there, and then it goes away. And that's probably scary to most people in like a jump scare sense. But this was the unnerving scary, where the first like hellscape feeling thing actually hit for me. That is very effective and like sort of never done again. They have the reserve to not just find something that works and then beat the shit out of it by pounding you against it every other second. It's like it's done there. And the Pyramid Head thing as well, where like you hear a scream, which guides you to that. But you just walk up to the bars and it's there. And there is no music. It's not a cutscene. That one didn't like really scare me, but
more off-putting.
Yeah, I could feel that it was working as intended, and it wasn't just them trying to get some like cheap scare off of you, which Silent Hill 1 does a couple times. It tries that sort of, I don't want to say amateur, but overdone. I think that
the cat in the locker. At one point.
It's expected, even though you're not feeling that it's going to happen. Once it happens, you're like, okay, like, that this is a video game. This is a thing video game developers do. Not very often do I experience something like the mannequin silhouette. And really it speaks to, I think, that how good this game looks outside of me hating the fog. This is like, goddamn, I'm a big lover of Max Payne 1. And I've read some reviews on Max Payne 1, and everyone that plays Max Payne 1 is like, God damn, dude, this is the best looking game ever made. This shit's so real. And then I play that, and I come to Silent Hill 2, and I'm like, it's not even close. It is, I think, maybe helped by the fact that Silent Hill 2 is basically a single corridor at a time in terms of what you can see, and Max Payne is completely brightly lit, like huge level environments. So they can pack a lot more. Like even the mirrors are just the exact scene rendered twice, which you probably couldn't do in Max Payne when it's an entire level filled with stuff that you got to do. But like it just looks so much better than anything I've experienced from that year that it almost feels like illegal almost. That like that
Yeah.
it shouldn't feel this way. Like it shouldn't be this. I don't know. Max Payne 1, I never feel like the things happening on screen are real. And again, back to the dialogue, I never feel like when it's one of these really, really well done FMV cutscenes, that never feels real to me because of the way the performances are directed. But somehow the less graphically intensive areas that are like just PS2 graphics end up feeling so much more real because the detail is so focused and it points you directly to what they want you to look at so well.
That's some high praise for an old PS2 game and a guy who wasn't alive to play old PS2 games.
I'm definitely on the level of people that can sit through old crap. I played Fallout 1 a month ago. Like that is an impossibly obtuse, almost poorly created like interface to interact with the world. It kind of doesn't make any sense, and it doesn't have a tutorial to tell you how to do anything. You just kind of click things, and sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Like in Silent Hill 1, where you're going around and clicking all the doors that are just textures. Especially in the apartments, it's able to, well, I think really all the environments, because it's just corridor doors. It's able to focus that really well.
For sure, yeah.
Okay, so some stuff happens in the apartments. It's very Spencer Mansion-esque, I think, in terms of design. As most survival horror games do, you kind of get something that unlocks a door or the way to get another item, and you're continuing on sort of solving a puzzle that is instead a location inside, which also includes puzzles inside of it, which I think is just a good thing that is kind of in all horror or survival horror games, but still works no matter how many times it gets done.
Absolutely, yeah.
Of course, you go through the apartments. The next big thing to happen really is you meet Eddie for the first time. And this is one of those characters that I originally was like, man, this guy he's not hitting. It's not believable. This is not, it's not pulling me in at all, because Eddie, very awkward guy, of course. Everyone in the game is very awkward. I think just like their character is made to be awkward. But it's uncanny in a way that feels, I don't want to say like bad acting, but it feels like it was sort of like done once, and then they're like, okay, good take, go on to the next. Or I said in the Discord that it feels like every single word in this game was recorded by itself without context of anything else being said at the time. Like you took the script and gave it to Guy C and you put all the words in alphabetical order and were like, read this, and then you put it back together in the end. And I also didn't pick up, there's a dead guy in the kitchen. I don't know why. I kind of thought, I went into the room. I guess I just didn't look into the kitchen, and I just went in there, and James is like, the dead guy in the kitchen, what happened? I'm like, what dead guy in the kitchen? What is this game, dude? This sucks. I don't, it's not making any sense to the point where like, I just don't care anymore. But of course, I think it does pay off, the things here eventually in the end. Eddie is this, we didn't really talk about Angela much, but I do want to talk about her later on once we get to like her big plot points, but we might as well talk about Eddie. He's a, I don't want to say like specifically fat phobic, because this was 25 years ago. And this sort of portrayal of just like, haha, he's fat, isn't that funny? Is like kind of how he's portrayed for most of the game. He doesn't really have a character outside of like a whole scene that one of the only times the game tries to be funny, is just him eating pizza. You see him throwing up in the bathroom, and then you see him eating pizza, and that is his character for like the majority of the game. in a way that's like, I could see why that's a thing. He's his sin almost is gluttony to a point.
Yeah.
Where he doesn't realize that the way people are treating him is not even probably really not because he's fat or overweight. It's probably because he's a shitty person and he treats people poorly. And he doesn't realize that. And I can understand that, again, once you get to that point in the game. But like for most of it, it feels poorly executed, where I think you could in a modern game do it much better. I don't think the voice actor in this specific situation between the HD collection and this is any different, really. I think they're just kind of the same, because he's really a nothing character for most. He's like the comedic, like the Jar Jar Binks almost of Silent Hill 2.
Well, I kind of see him as your stereotypical, if you were going to make fun of the fat kid in high school, like that is your projection of who it is. You know, even when he's puking, his like guts hanging out of his shirt, his butt cracks kind of coming out a bit. He like personifies that the bullied chubby kid at school sort of stereotype. And it's funny you brought that up, though. You said like he's just kind of this single note sort of character. And as someone who loves Silent Hill 2 as well, I mean, I really, really enjoy Silent Hill 2. I do think one of its main failings is that all three major real characters are a single.
I think you mean all four real characters. Flaw. But we'll get into that. I think you mean all four.
Okay, yeah. but they're just they're a single personality flaw as a person. Yeah. Which in the context of the game is really fun and really awesome. But I think that there are Silent Hill games where you have more complete characters that are made up of a multitude of positives and negatives.
Yeah. I agree to that to a certain extent, but I feel like the single noteness of characters works when it's James, who in this situation, his wife, dead wife, is come to life. So that's going to be what he focuses on. That's why I thought the all you care about is your dead wife line was like so funny, because like, no shit, dude. And Angela being her essentially like biggest character, not personification, but like her character is just she was sexually assaulted, and that I don't want to say is bad, is like a sort of character writing example. Like I think that someone that has experienced something that traumatic, that's gonna be how they act. But I think it works with her because that is the way that people that have experienced something like that likely would act when it's affected them to that degree. And the same with James, who to a lesser extent, at least from what we know in the beginning of the game, that's also a very life-defining sort of thing that has happened to him, where his wife has died and she is alive now. And Eddie is just sort of, up until that point, the fat guy.
Right.
And I'm going to talk later about, of course, the Eddie boss fight. I think that's also one of the worst executed parts of this game. I feel like Eddie just gets off without really any significance to him, except that he's another character that is going through the Silent Hill experience.
Well, I'll tell you, I don't blame you for feeling that way, because Eddie is not necessarily an important character. And I never identified very much with him myself, so he never really stood out to me as being important. But here's something that I realized that I don't see a lot of content creators or Silent Hill fans mention, because everybody is very well aware that sort of the crux of Silent Hill 2 is James's desire for these negative things to happen to him. Yeah. He feels like he needs to be punished. So in a sense, he is his own worst enemy in real life. In the video game, he's causing all of this stuff. But what I don't think people really, they stop at that point in the analysis. Interestingly, the entire cast is also doing that.
Yeah.
Angela, like despite being a victim of abuse, like projects that onto James. You could just force me if you wanted to. And Eddie, who has not been treated poorly by James, sees James as the person who, you know, picks on him and stuff.
Yeah,
they're all projecting this thing that they don't want, that makes them feel bad, but they need to have happen to them. So it's a very interesting idea.
I have a lot of notes written on that, like later on in like my decompression of this game and what I wrote then. I think it works in the sense that like when you go back and think about it and you really dive into what if there was infinite possibilities in Silent Hill and or in Silent Hill the game, not like the place, and you could, you know, these were real people and this was something really happening. That is something that you can find out through Eddie, that like, especially the pizza scene, you know, him essentially just forced to sit there while Laura or a little kid makes fun of him the whole time is like probably one of the worst things that you could have happen to you until you find out he murdered our dog. So I hate him. But like that's fucked up. But from like a writing standpoint, there's nothing that really tells you that's happening at all. That is a conclusion you get to because of Angela and because I think of Laura and because of Maria and because of James. It is not something that you find out in any part really due to Eddie himself. I think once you get to his boss fight, that explains a lot of it, where you're kind of put into his Silent Hill. Much like with Angela at the end of the game, you're put into her Silent Hill. But Angela as a character shows that. Eddie as a character doesn't. He is sort of exists and the Silent Hill, the town, impresses upon him. But until his boss fight, he is never impressed upon to James that is happening. It's just sort of happened to him. Again, I think Eddie is probably the worst executed part of the game, which says a lot when it's still good. like you can still come away with these conclusions, but as like what made it into the game sort of thing, it's I don't know, it's disappointing when this is heralded as like the best written game of all time, and you have a pretty poorly executed character, I think, that just works because everything else in the game works, not because he himself works.
Yeah.
Some things happen in the apartment that aren't really important. I think, I think the puzzles in this game are good. I played on normal puzzle difficulty originally. I think that was a mistake. I think the puzzles are, actually, let me rephrase that, because I think I enjoyed hard puzzles more. But also the hard puzzles are just willfully extremely obtuse.
For sure,
and they're not like better. They're not more difficult puzzles. They're just kind of less, they guide you less, I guess you could say.
Yeah, for sure.
And so I think they're bad on hard mode just because they give you no hints whatsoever, instead of it just being a more complex puzzle. It's just like a more vague hint. But I also think on normal, it's too easy to a certain extent. Like there's no Silent Hill 1 piano puzzle, right? Nothing in this game made me think. It was always on the wall somewhere, the solution. The clock, for example, in the apartments is just literally written on the wall behind it. And the only puzzle aspect there is to it is going to find the key. And even like once you open up the clock, you can just turn it. And I imagine if you just stopped every couple, like, at every hour or every 5-minute mark, you'd get the puzzle solution.
Once you stop on the right, it doesn't do it immediately, but
Yeah.
if you stop and rest a second, it does.
Exactly.
So yeah, you could do it with every single one.
So I think that part also fell short to me, where like I came from Silent Hill 1, that I think the puzzles in that game are probably up there with like puzzle games as being like actually well thought through, difficult but guided puzzles. And to come to Silent Hill 2 and it's sort of just everything's easy, like in the hospital later on. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
Well, how did you fare? Because I remember having quasi sort of issues with the hangman puzzle with all the different guys hanging from the rope. That one I felt was pretty close to Silent Hill 1, but it's a fairly tedious puzzle because you have to like travel back and forth.
I really don't like that puzzle because of a few reasons. I think one, I actually like it better on hard difficulty. I think it's easier on hard difficulty because like you get a hint. The first thing you get is essentially, you're trying to find the innocent man. You kind of just intuit that the person writing the stuff on the wall is the innocent man. And like the first thing he says is, the man next to me, was executed. So, he's evil. And so you can start to kind of figure out and piece one by one through finding out, who in the message on the wall is in the real space. In the original, it's just kind of like, I don't know. It's almost guided in a way that you're just kind of supposed to guess. Really, you can't just look at the wall, figure out the riddle, and do the puzzle. You kind of have to go back and forth. You have to probably make a wrong guess because there's like two good answers, I think, with normal difficulty.
I usually make at least one wrong guess.
Yeah, and also the punishment for getting it wrong is nothing. We might as well talk about it because this is maybe my biggest issue with the game is the gameplay. There is a lot of writing on, like in Mike Drucker. I've read Mike Drucker's book called, great title, by the way, Silent Hill 2. And he talks partly in this about the combat and through the tank controls being like sort of difficult because James is like your normal everyman. And almost every review I've ever heard or read mentions that like it's willfully obtuse to control him because he's like a normal guy. And I really disagree with that.
No, it's not true.
It's especially, it hurts a lot when almost all these comparisons are like the rest of the video kind of through genre just compares the game a lot to Resident Evil. And I feel like mentioning that like tank controls, yes, tank controls are usually harder to control someone than like a third person game. Better for like fixed camera angle, but if you're looking at them in their own games, a third person game versus like Resident Evil 1, Resident Evil 1's a lot harder to control. And so to a certain extent, I would agree that like, yes, tank controls make him seem a bit normal. But then you also have to consider in Resident Evil 1, Jill is I forget what review, man. It hurts because I know the exact quote where they're like, he's not a trained super cop like Jill Valentine. And I'm like, but Jill Valentine controls almost exactly the same.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
Through gameplay in Resident Evil 1, despite the fact she controls the same, Resident Evil 1, much more difficult game than Silent Hill 2. Silent Hill 2, there is ammo everywhere. There is healing. Yep. I ended the game with 300 handgun bullets. I can kill any enemy in the game except for the 3 bosses with 2 to 3 bullets and a stomp. I can literally go through a hallway with 5 enemies and just wreck them immediately. And unless you're making the game more difficult on yourself, like I was in the beginning, because I was expecting Resident Evil 1 levels of scarcity. So I was using the wooden plank a lot in the apartments. That felt good. That felt desperate, and like James was fighting to survive.
Yeah.
And then once I got to the hospital, I'm like, man, I have so much ammo. I'm just going to use it. And I just I shot a nurse like twice, and she fell to the ground. And I kept shooting them a little while, and I'm like, I wonder if you can stomp. And I tried stomping, and it just killed them immediately. I'm like,
yeah,
that it feels wrong. You as James are the super soldier through gameplay, and Jill Valentine is like the scared fighter. Like, I talked a lot about the experience in the Discord. I'm going to mention the Discord because that's where I've talked about this game. Basically, the only place I've talked about this game so far. In Resident Evil 1, you are fighting to survive you're in a scarcity battle. You have an issue with limited space. So you have to decide, I can only bring one weapon. What can I bring? A lot of the times you're out of ammo with certain weapons. I'd like to bring the shotgun and kill every zombie with the shotgun, but I can't. I'm going to have to use pistol rounds. And eventually, if I run out of pistol rounds, I'm going to have to use the weapons I would like to keep for the bosses, like the Magnum and the grenade launcher. I'm going to have to just use that on regular enemies just to get by. That feels like fighting to survive. Especially in RE1 Remake, where like the zombies grab you and you have the knives, and Jill's kind of feels like she's outmatched by just one guy. I say only Jill because if you play Resident Evil 1 and you play as Chris, you're playing the game wrong. I'm sorry.
I can't believe that you and I agree.
Jill Valentine
horror take. Hell yes,
is the main character of Resident Evil 1. There is no
100%.
other. Chris does not exist. I mean, he does exist, but he's the little baby you have to go save and go get him from a little jail cell.
I don't know what it is. I think everybody chooses Jill first because I did. And I can't imagine. I mean, even to this day, a Chris playthrough feels like a different game because I'm so used to Jill every time I pick it up.
I almost always choose the female option. I feel like that's like usually the guy characters in games are like pretty gruff, like just kind of very serious people that I don't ever really feel like that. I'm a much more emotional person in my own head. And I'm more, not to say that like every female in every game ever is like some like crybaby or anything. But it is often that the male character is very written poorly, and the female character, because the men in the industry of the time kind of were like, well, the female's the emotional one and the guy's the like superhero guy. The female ends up usually feeling more realistic in these games. So I almost always choose that, but that's the thing I do now. I first played Resident Evil 1 Remake like 7 years ago, like for the first time, just the beginning. And I picked Jill back then too. I don't know what that is. I wonder if there's like any reason.
She just looks cool. She's got shoulder pads.
Yeah.
A beret.
I love the uniform she has. Also, if you go back and play RE1, the original, not the remake, Chris is like just this dopey looking like idiot. He's like, he's just standing there with the most serious, stupid, dumb look on his face. And Jill actually looks somewhat like a real human being, which might have an effect on it.
We came here to talk about Silent Hill and Chris Redfield's catching strays.
Dude,
left and
man,
right.
I hate Chris Redfield, dude. I think he finally, okay, tangent. I think in RE8, he finally gets he becomes a real character in Resident Evil 8. I think every single game that he's into up until that point, he is just the military guy.
Okay.
And to tie it back into Silent Hill 1, James doesn't feel like that from a character point of view, but from like a combat point of view.
Yeah.
Someone said like the controls make James feel like an untrained soldier. You literally press one button and he aimbots to the nearest target and shoots them. Perfect accuracy every time. Takes 2 bullets I imagine the head. They fall to the ground. You kill them.
Well, it's interesting you bring this up because this is an idea that I truly have fought against for a very long time because it also permeates the Resident Evil scene because everybody in Resident Evil has a very similar idea like, oh yeah, tank controls. the reason why the game controls that way is so that you feel less control over your character, and
Yep.
therefore you're more scared in the scenario. It's like, no, those are the controls they used in Alone in the Dark, because you changed perspective
Yeah.
so many times in a single minute, and they needed buttons to remain constant, even though the perspective would change. It is literally the only rational way to control a character if your perspective can shift so often. It has nothing to do with intentionally wanting to make the game hard, because Silent Hill 3 had an option to just use an analog stick, and that, you know.
So does Silent Hill 2 on the HD collection.
Yeah.
Does it have that option in the original? Because I remember there being like a control option.
I wonder about it, because I mean, I almost want to say yes, it did have an analog control option, but I know for sure Silent Hill 3 did. I would have to boot it up and see.
And I actually tried that originally when I was going through the HD collection, because I was like, okay, I played with the tank controls, and I really didn't. I liked how the tank controls themselves felt, but I didn't like how it controlled from like a gameplay point of view. Might as well try it. I got like to the forest, and I was like, no, this sucks. I'm turning this off.
Yeah.
But the people that are like, this is a choice by the developer to make the game feel like more obtuse in a way, harder to control, I feel like also is a little bit short-sighted and a little, how do I phrase this? Like you're not giving the developers enough credit. Resident Evil, I think this is the proof of it, that Resident Evil 1 and 2 and 3, even though 3 starts to get more into action, all feel extremely, what's the word? Like it feels depressive almost to fight. Like it's draining to go into a room and you're like, God damn it, there's a zombie I have to kill. I just can't get past this one. And you feel like a constant sense of tensity because of combat. Silent Hill 2 can do that through the mood and the aesthetic and the horror of it that Resident Evil really has never nailed. But for me personally, I don't get scared by that kind of thing. That's not, I can feel that it's supposed to make me feel tense, but I don't actually feel tense. And so Resident Evil, because it's so, like, what's the word I'm looking for? Almost grounded, like both Jill and Chris to a certain extent, despite the fact that they're cops, these are creatures that have no self-preservation. And so they might be smarter, they might be better trained, and they might be strong, but you can fill a guy with lead and he's not going to stop moving. Silent Hill 2 also, another issue with the combat is that that's really not how the enemies act. They're very slow in a way that I think is supposed to make you feel tense, since if you're using like the wooden plank, these combat situations are very drawn out. And usually the combat's facing, or the camera's facing James, not the enemy. And so you're just kind of walking down the hallway, like with your plank ready to hit something. You're not really sure when it's going to happen, and you can't really see the enemy anyway. That kind of works. But outside of that, it doesn't do anything to further that experience. I get that. Like the scarcity of Resident Evil does.
Well, you know what I think it is? I think Silent Hill 2, its combat, outside of having a lot of resources, because you, me, and everybody who's ever beaten Silent Hill 2 had hundreds of handgun ammo afterward. But I think it's because Silent Hill 2's combat works so well within the confines of a survival horror game, because you can aim your weapon, you can move, you're much more maneuverable than the more stilted feeling Resident Evil characters from a mechanical standpoint. So I think it's way more easy to not take damage. You could do a melee weapon only run with Silent Hill 2 and not as a veteran player and do really well.
Yeah.
It would still, you might even have a little bit more fun, but I think it's because you make a little tweak over here to the control speed, and then you flip the allow movement while aiming your weapon switch.
Yeah.
And you have made massive changes to the foundational elements of survival horror that, like, you're going to have to rearrange the game in order to account for that.
I agree with that. But like, this is something I think that would have helped the tone of the game as a first time player. I wasn't drawn in because of the dialogue. I could have been drawn in because of the gameplay. And just from like even just a writing and story perspective, I think Resident Evil 1 would be a better game from like an art perspective if it had Silent Hill 2's combat, and if Silent Hill 2's combat had the Resident Evil combat. I don't think Resident Evil would be as good of a game because nothing else can catch up to the gameplay of Resident Evil 1 in the original. So that kind of game, like there would just be nothing there really. But if Silent Hill 2 had the difficulty to do anything that Jill has, despite Jill being trained and James not, I would have clicked with this game probably much easier way earlier on.
I think if you are going to show that your main character doesn't handle weapons very well or stumbles around, it's the Silent Hill 1 method. Show that through animations. And Harry stumbling when he walks off a step in the wrong way, or you know what I mean? It's really good stuff.
I was thinking about saying that and I forgot when I was talking just now, but yeah, Silent Hill 1 does it so much better. Harry will miss shots a lot.
Exactly. Yes.
He is not a good shooter. It feels like he has never handled a gun before. And that is one of the cases where like the argument that the controls are difficult, like it's tank controls because it wants to be difficult to control, I think work with Silent Hill 1 because you can tell that they didn't want him to control well. Because he bounces off of the wall and he's like, what the fuck? There's like, when you sprint, he like sort of almost falls over himself to stop running. James just sprints everywhere completely fine. There's a wind down frames to do anything. And Silent Hill 2 does it in like the melee combat. There's like 17 frames or something of him resetting after an attack. But you have the enemy stun locked, so it really doesn't matter. Unless you're fighting two enemies, which you could just use your gun against one, melee against the other. There's never an example or a situation in the game that requires you to think about the combat at all. It is basically a shooter in that way in gameplay, which it sucks. I wish it wasn't like that. And that's one of the reasons I'm going to, at the end of this episode, defend the Silent Hill 2 remake, because it looks like through the way that Capcom kind of surged ahead with RE2's remakes, sort of modern take on what the essence of tank controls is without making you play with tank controls. Them Bloober Team just basically copying it 1-to-1, I think will help the Silent Hill 2 remake in establishing that feel much earlier on.
Okay.
Let's go ahead. Let's skip through some of the story stuff because it's kind of boring at this point. I think I think I say boring, but the cutscene with Angela in the what are they called, Blue Creek apartments? I think that's the best FMV in the game, where she's just like laying there, kind of. I don't want to say emotionless because she doesn't have an expression on her face. She's sort of like
disassociated.
Yeah, there's still something there where you can feel how she's feeling in that moment, despite the fact that she's really showing no signs of anything. And James kind of walking up this is one of those cutscenes that the dreamlike feel of it really works because again, I think Angela is the best character in this game from like just a feeling standpoint. She's awkward again, but like you kind of immediately know why. You can sense something happened to her. And especially the James reaching for the knife at the end of the cutscene, like, that's expertly done in a way that like you immediately know what her character is to this game, what her. You don't know if like there's going to be really a plot that resolves it or not, but you can tell that there is something more here you're not seeing, that you never really feel with Eddie. And you never really, I think most people still, even after beating the game, with my Maria theory that we'll go into, don't feel with
Holy
Maria.
shit.
But yeah, I think this is one of those FMVs, and really the cutscene that and the jail cell. Hi, Rufus. That and the jail cell cutscene, like those are the two that hit the best, I think.
Okay, I could see that.
So you meet with Angela. She drops her knife. You pick it up, and you get your last little thing to get out of the apartments there. And then comes the first boss fight in this game. Technically, I hate this one too. This is I really don't like this boss fight because one, again, it is ridiculously easy. I thought I played HD Collection on the hardest difficulty, which I thought was going to be like, damn, normal was easy, but like hard's got to be difficult. And I think HD Collection lets you do like extreme or whatever above hard, like from the get-go. And I was ready for like this to be a tough experience, and it still wasn't, because regular enemies you can stun lock, Pyramid Head you can just run around very easily, like no training.
I would say I didn't know. I wasted so many resources on him the first time I fought him, thinking it was just a boss fight. You know?
I did that too also the first time. But like, again, I've played this game up until the bowling alley a few times. So I kind of guessed that like to me, it felt like the siren, which is what gets him to leave, went off the same time every time. I don't know if that's true or not. But to me, it felt like it.
I think it is timed.
Yeah, it is, because eventually I don't shoot him at all. I just run around.
Exactly.
But I guess that only because I've played it multiple times. So maybe as a resource dump, that could make me feel that sort of scarcity effect better.
Up until you collect the next 6 ammo grabs.
Yeah, exactly. But again, I think if they were trying to make it you feel scarce at that point, they could have just made it a regular boss fight where you have to do a certain amount of damage and then he leaves. It would have felt the same to a first-time player. So why not do it? Also, that's the first time that the sort of Silent Hill 1 siren really goes off.
I guess so. I didn't think about that.
I think there are like hints of it like mixed into the score and the environment sounds prior to it, like whenever you see Pyramid Head. But this is like, this is the siren going off. And that's what kind of gets him to leave. One thing I think is interesting that people talk about a lot is that this isn't, there is no switch back and forth to like the hell world. Or I think it's like called technically the other world. Yeah. There is no swapping back and forth. This is a slow descent.
Yes.
But I don't know, that kind of, again, that's another thing that I really liked in Silent Hill 1 that I was disappointed didn't really come back in Silent Hill 2. And I think you could have done it. I don't think there's any reason that you couldn't have implemented it in a way that like still gets that slow descent. Instead, you could have done it that like it goes off and you enter the other world and it's like a slightly more off place. Like it's a little bit wrong. And then it goes off again and it goes off. And the siren being the thing that's
worse and worse every time
that sends you into the worst place. Yeah. Instead of it just happening.
I can see 100% where you're coming from, because I felt it in later Silent Hill titles, like Silent Hill Origins. You have control over switching between the other world and it actually works as a really interesting puzzle mechanic. Which is cool. I enjoy that, but at the same time, what I like about the switch over to the other world in Silent Hills 1 and 3 is that it is an environment refresh, because I've already by that point sort of explored and seen all that needs to be seen in that environment. And now you're putting me in something that's quasi familiar, but also this way is blocked. That door's unlocked now. You know, you have refreshed the entire experience for me. And with Silent Hill 2, you don't really get that same refresh. You have to kind of stick within that environment up until the midpoint of the game when you start dropping down lower levels more and more frequently.
Yeah. So I think that's another miss that kind of hits this game, especially for me. Again, all of my viewpoint on this game is just Silent Hill 1, since I don't know anything except the twist.
Right.
I'm coming to it expecting Silent Hill 1. Many times in this game, playing this, I felt like, man, I wish I was playing Silent Hill 3, because I've heard Silent Hill 3 is like a continuation of the feeling and the vibe of Silent Hill 1. And I think Silent Hill 2 is more interesting from probably from an artistic examination analysis viewpoint. But I don't want to I don't want to examine and research a game that I am not really into. You know, I want it to be I want me to examine it for the love of it. I didn't feel that after I beat Silent Hill 2 for the first time. I was like, okay, something went wrong with my playthrough. I need to figure out why it was bad. Partially due to things like that. Another cutscene I think that has like a pretty mediocre execution is the Maria cutscene. Actually, first you meet Laura for the first time, little bratty kid that she is. She has a letter from Mary. She also believes Mary to be alive and well, so you know that sort of adds another inkling of hope to James. Then of course Maria, she's, again, I don't think you're watching this podcast if you haven't played Silent Hill 2 and been in this community and you know delved into everything, every previous piece of writing and analysis ever. It's sexy Mary, as you understand it originally. And I'm gonna defend her outfit change in Silent Hill 2 later on, or remake later on. I think
honestly, I don't see it as being that big. I mean, thematically, she is supposed to be more forwardly sexual in her appearance, not just sexually attractive, but obviously dressing in a way that would be quote unquote sexually provocative, maybe.
Yeah.
But I think like stylistically, like the little red, it looks good to me, you know.
I think it still achieves that though. Like I don't think I think it's equally as sexy as an outfit. It's just showing less skin in like the 2000 horny game developer way that she's kind of like, it's literally some lady's outfit from an event that took place around that time that they just copied into the game because they're like, damn, that's hot.
I would agree that it's a, I mean, I would love if my wife wore that outfit for sure. But I think if I was going to, and again, I could care less about the outfit change personally. It doesn't bother me, and I'll probably be able to enjoy the game regardless. But if
good.
I were, exactly.
Bloober team, so set your expectations.
If I was the kind of person who was really, really obsessed with Silent Hill 2, I could understand feeling sort of thematically wronged by that, because it should be, because this is James's deep desire. I would expect a more outwardly and forwardly sort of showing skin as a universal. I am wanting you to look at my skin or my assets. I could see them making that argument. Personally, I could give a damn less as long as her personality is very flirty, very outwardly sexual as well. We could make up the difference, I think.
Yeah, and again, we haven't seen the actual cutscenes that will be in the original product of remake. So she could make up for that in a lot of different ways. Like they're kind of very the stilted delivery of this game means that most of the Maria James cutscenes are literally them just standing there looking at each other, doing nothing really. She doesn't get that up close and personal and like touch him that much. Like she does a little bit, enough to make it clear that that's the kind of character they have designed her to be. But she's not like, like she's not seducing him in a physical manner. She's more doing it in a like existence. Like her existence is seductive to James, not as much her trying to literally seduce James through anything but like flirting with him a little bit pretty awkwardly. So of course, Maria looks exactly like Mary. Little weird, maybe twin sister, maybe something going on there. We don't really know yet. I think Maria as a character is maybe the second most interesting to Angela, but I think the best acted character, the best performance by far.
Yeah, I agree. I agree.
I think she's the only character that doesn't have that otherworldly sort of feel to her. Her existence is otherworldly because she's sexy Mary, but
her line
delivery and her dialogue writing is 50 times more believable than anything else in the game. Even though ironically she's supposed to be this very objectified view of Mary, she ends up being the most filled out character in many ways.
Yeah, she has a very strong personality. She constantly vocalizes how she feels.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, yeah, she's a great character, and I think she's probably the saddest, the most.
Yeah.
Like, damn, I mean, obviously you have to feel for James at the end of the game when Mary reads her letter, but Maria, man, it's so strange. It's like, man, she exists as this thing, and James has brought her into existence, and her modus operandi is to like have James be attracted to her because James wants to be attracted to Mary, to this idea of Mary. And James isn't, because he loves Mary, and this is Maria. And she is like I mean, she's constantly vying for his attention. She wants to be protected by him because he wants to have protected his wife. And it's this like interesting negative feedback loop where James wants something. It appears within Maria, but James doesn't want it for Maria because he wants Mary, which causes it's very cool. It's a tortured, interesting perspective.
It's a thing that kind of was the main reason for my big theory that I've been hinting at the end here about Maria, is that she is often switching back and forth between things that are multiple personalities that are the opposite of the Mary that we know, but she's still trying like different things. She's trying like, well, what if I was sexy? You know, what if I was trying to seduce him at every way, being this like sexual object to him, and that doesn't work. So then she starts getting a little aggressive and like, no, you need to protect me. This is your job. And then that doesn't work. And so she's like, I'm so sorry. She tries to be more outwardly loving. None of it works because it's not the true Mary, but it is the most interesting. She's really the only one with like character development as a personality. Everyone else is majorly the same throughout. Eddie switches pretty brutally, like instantly switches from Eddie to killer Eddie. And Angela's the same the whole game. That's not her fault. But as a person, she is very similar from the beginning to the end. Laura's a child. James is also pretty similar. Maria has some of that adaptability, I think, as a character that no one else has. Of course, next that happens is the bowling alley scene. I think that one of the few times the game attempts humor. Not one of the only times I've laughed. I don't think I actually did laugh originally, even though it kind of felt like they were trying to poke fun at Eddie. I can't tell if this is them being, hey, we actually want you to laugh at this. Like, we think this is funny in the like 2000s Disney movie kind of, look, he's fat kind of way. I really can't tell if Team Silent is trying to do that in a way, or if they're like, no, we just want you to see how people treat Eddie, and to be like, feel sorry for him, in a way. I can't parse whether that's,
depending
accidental
on how
or not.
deep, depending on how deep you wanted to go with it, if you were going into max interpretation mode, here in Japan, it is pretty common for people to almost victim blame the bullied because, you know, what were you doing in order to get everybody in class to hate you so much?
Yeah.
Potentially somebody raised in that sort of culture might see Eddie as like we were saying, like, sure, maybe he sees himself as this, you know, bullied person, but in reality, he is the chumpy kid that everybody says he is. He's constantly trying to eat. He's always lashing out at people. That could be it. I don't get the feeling that they were going for genuine and honest humor, but maybe like a break in tension.
Yeah,
maybe
I could see that. Yeah,
I don't know.
I think it's definitely it's something that runs through my mind because Western media has portrayed Asia as an extremely fat phobic region. I mean, partially not to Western media's fault. Like there is definitely some of that. I don't think to the extent that a lot of Americans think that it is. But like Korea has like this
pretty bad.
this I don't know what you would call it, this interactive statue almost, where like there's these bars that are certain lengths apart from one each other, and they're all labeled at the top, and you're supposed to go to the side, go through them, and like measure your like
it's
back
like a
to the front.
that
Yeah,
you have to,
and like the tiniest ones are like great job or like skinny, and then like this guy that was like he's like pretty similar build to you, where he's like pretty damn fit. Like I wouldn't go like, oh, what a fat idiot that guy is. And he the only one that he can fit through is the last one that is like, you are obese, get help. And so I'm thinking of that sort of thing when I go to a bowling alley and the fat guy's eating pizza and being made fun of for being fat.
Yeah. Sidebar, there's a term in Japan called metabo syndrome, like metabolism syndrome. Yeah. And it's a word that they use on the news to talk about obesity. Yeah. And I don't understand why you can't just use the Japanese word for obesity and not metabo syndrome.
That's so incredible. Strange. That's almost like, I would imagine that's maybe... there's a notion. I don't know. I don't live in Asia. I probably never will, but there might be a notion in like younger crowds that like, hey, you know, you just being mean to someone who's obese is probably not the best way to get them to fix that issue. And they're, you know, if they're just bullied, like we see with Eddie for his weight very constantly, his immediate reaction isn't going to be, well, damn, I should get fit or something. It's just going to be, fuck, like this shit sucks. And that is a lot of time why people are extremely obese, is because they feel like the only thing they have to do is eat, or the only comfort that they have is not being fit. And so,
and if you've ever eaten a bowl of cereal, you can understand the plight of someone who is obese. Period.
Yeah.
The end.
Yeah, like
because I fluctuate back and forth between 215 pounds and 245 ish, depending on how I feel.
Yeah.
And truly, I have to sit and be aware of not gaining weight for, for 24 hours a day, or else I will.
I'm not a person. I'm a little bit overweight. I don't care. Like I'm here for a fun time, not a long time. Is my like outlook on pretty much everything. Like I'd like to be fit, try to watch my health, but at the end of the day, if it's going to be, making myself miserable for aesthetic, nothing that essentially just aesthetic, like I'm not fat enough to like die of diabetes or something.
Yeah.
So I don't care. But Eddie, he's and funnily enough, his character model and the way the way that he is in game is almost to that line where he's not like morbidly obese. Like
but he's Japanese,
but like in an Asian sense, he's like, dude, this guy's far gone. He's lost, man. And like that doesn't come up in Western media until like far worse. Because like in reality, he's not that overweight that he couldn't fix a lot of things and become a normal weight, very, not easily, but in a year, you know, he could be just kind of normal guy looking.
Yeah, for sure.
And that feeds into that, like, man, his only character note is that he's fat, but he's like he's not so fat that like he can't walk, you know, like that's not his sole character.
You know, if I was going to play devil's advocate, I might say that maybe that is sort of the point, that Eddie might, you know, get made fun of for being chubby or whatever, but maybe a lot of it is sort of Eddie projecting some of his internal torment onto, like, I remember there's this episode of 30 Rock, which is the funniest show to ever be invented, where Tina Fey's character, she goes to her high school reunion and she's dreading it because these girls that used to pick on her and everything. And then when she meets up with them, they're like, what are you talking about? You were a nightmare to us. We feared you, because she was so worried that she was being picked on all the time. There's like a flashback, and some girl like comes up to like teenage Liz Lemon and says, who's gazing at the stars through like a telescope. You know, how are the stars? And she turns around, she goes, how's your mom's pill problem? And
oh my God.
Yeah. So it's like, but I think maybe if I was playing devil's advocate, maybe Eddie isn't supposed to be what he thinks he is, and it's a, you know, a combination of the two.
Yeah,
he probably was bullied, and he probably does equate some of the things in his life that are failings on his part to maybe that. If I was going to play devil's advocate, I would say all that 10 minutes of shit.
I think if this was written from a Western point of view, or European, or like even like anything other than Asia, I think that would also be my read on it. Because he's fat, but he's not fat enough to the point where like people in public are just going to make fun of him for it. Like no one does that. That's not a real thing that happens. And unless you're far worse, in a far worse position than he is. He's at like the level of weight that's like, no one's going to really mention it unless they already dislike him for some reason, or he's given them a bad impression. And I think maybe in my headcanon of what things would have been like truly in his experience, that is a good read of it and an interesting read, but I don't think that's what they were intending.
No.
Another joke. This is I think maybe, I don't know if it's intentional again or not, but very funny section of the game. Laura, who's in the bowling alley with Eddie, like there's she's making fun of him for eating this pizza. He calls him a fatso, disgusting fatso, like typical kid stuff. And I like that Eddie like does not give a shit.
No.
For me, the first time,
say that for?
Yeah, the first time I watched the scene, I was like, I think she just got him that pizza to be like, yeah, what are you gonna do? Not eat it? And he's like, well, dude, I'm hungry. I don't know. Like, what? I'm just not gonna eat this pizza. You got me. And so he kind of just puts up with it because like, oh, you know what? She's a kid. She's being mean, but maybe, you know, she got me this pizza, so she's not all bad. Then there's like she like rolls a bowling ball like on one side of the bowling alley, and then like tries to very awkwardly sneak out. Like she's staring over at them, walking very slowly, and then James turns directly to her without her making any sound, and she just sprints out of the room. And so then obviously, you know, little kid in what James's town version of is a horrible nightmare with many, many monsters around. So he goes after her, tries to save her. Mary ran after her. She stayed outside of the bowling alley, runs after her, comes back. She's like, she went this way. I accidentally, I don't know why, I accidentally started walking away from where Laura went at first. Maria makes fun of you for it. She's like, what are you doing? She ran that way, idiot. Yeah, like she's kind of a little mean about it. Like, we have to go find her. I don't know where you're going. She also does that earlier on too. If you backtrack after the park cutscene, she'll be like, that's not the way to the hotel. Do you know what you're doing? Which I think both times is a good character moment for what she's trying to achieve, and a little funny too. Obviously she runs away into the hospital, so you got to follow her in there. Hospital, I think, is the second best, tied for second best location in the game. I don't think the first couple floors of it are that great. Like they're just kind of whatever. It's basically more apartment in terms of gameplay. But one of the things the hospital does really well is sort of you have certain expectations of what's going to happen, and it doesn't do that. So like you leave Maria up in a room so she can lay down. You find out she's also sick. James sort of just like doesn't know what to do. He's just like, oh,
I don't know if we mentioned, if just in case someone who's listening isn't aware, James's wife Mary died of an illness.
Died of an illness. Yes, that is why she died. And now it is very heavily implied that Maria also has this illness. She has medicine with her, and she lays down. You just kind of leave her there, thank God, because she gets in the way a lot. And James just kind of leaves. But if you go back, I'm not sure if I think if you go back later on when she's gone from the room, there is this like breathing noise that you hear when you're in the room. And it is like this Darth Vader sort of breathing, like sounds like a respirator, like that someone would be on when they're very sick and they can't breathe on their own, in the room that you leave Maria.
I never knew that. I never went back to that room.
That's one of those things that's like, damn, this is why this game is so revered, is things like that they do very often. But that's also on my list of things that like that's one of the things that got me. That scared me a little bit, because I was going back in to save and run away. And not expecting that. Again, hospital, kind of just more apartments in terms of gameplay. There's this really disappointing puzzle to me where you go in one of the rooms on the top floor, and there's this box with like 100 locks on it. You get a first few of the keys just around the building, unlock a few of the things. Eventually, you've kind of run out of spaces or run out of places to look, and you got to run to the roof to find more things to solve it. On the roof, look around. There's a diary left on the ground of a patient who committed suicide. At least that's what the papers lead you to believe. And James he just kind of has no reaction. He just reads it, which like, I don't know, he could say something. Harry spoke to himself a lot in the first game, just in like dialogue boxes. James never does that. Like, is he thinking nothing, or are we not supposed to know what he's thinking? I don't know.
I wonder if the game sort of uses Maria as a foil so much that they sort of didn't necessarily set up like a narrative device for James to communicate with the player directly. Yeah. I wonder.
I think that's kind of an overlooked part to his character. He ends up being like a nothing character because, and unless Maria's in the room, he is a nothing character, and he has nothing to say and nothing to do. And he's not a character that's like a blank slate, like a Link. So he just falls in the middle where it's just ineffective. Of course, Pyramid Head shows up again, pushes you off the building, and you fall into a padded cell. James, not allowed to die in this, in both like a game sense. You got to reload every time, like a meta sense, but gets pushed off a roof, pushed into a padded cell. This is the disappointing part of that puzzle to me. On the wall, it has one of the codes you need, and then it says the other code is my other name, is what it says, something like that. And so for a good 30 minutes, I was looking around trying to find what this other guy's name is. I was putting in like, it's a 9-letter keypad. So I was trying to enter their names as if it was like a telephone keypad, like something that was like deeper. And it turns out that I just didn't click properly in a room that has a typewriter that has just the code written on it. And I looked up that for like an hour, and I was like, man, I really don't want to look up a guide. But like I'm lost. I can't figure this out. So I asked in the Discord, like, what do I do? And I think it was Gobbins again that was like, just look around for a sheet of paper. And I finally found it. That was disappointing. And again, on hard, doesn't change. All of the same hints, not the same hints for all the puzzles, but like the ones that just give you the code still just give you the code.
Yeah.
Another one of the puzzles here that didn't really make sense. The code that you need to put in to get access to one of the wings is not just the numbers. It's like the hint is like last week it was the letter Z was the code. Then it was X, and now it's T. What else can you do with 4 digits? It's not very clear that what you have to do is you can't just make a short T like 1, 2, 3, 1 in the middle. That's not the answer. You have to click the first box and then the third and then 2 and then 8 if you're thinking of it like a keypad to like draw the beginning of the first stroke and then the last where the stroke ends and then the beginning of the second stroke and where the stroke ends. What? They don't say anything like that. It's not clear because X works in a 4-letter combination in the top left. So does Z, 1, 2, 3, 4, or 1, 2, 4, 5. What that's not explained, and nothing gives you that hint. And so I was trying to like T short, T long, T if it was in a corner, upside down, to the left, to the right. Like what the hell? And then I was like, maybe it's a different letter. So I was trying other letters that could be in a 4-number combination. That one I also had to break and look up, unfortunately. Thankfully, though, the original, when I played it on normal difficulty. Didn't have to look anything up.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. Yeah, this is a big different experience for you.
It was only in the hard puzzles where I wanted the puzzles to be harder, but they weren't harder in like a good sense. They were just, what would be difficult? Yeah, let's make it not make any sense.
Yeah.
Then you've kind of gotten through. There's the talk show, game show thing. I didn't like it. It feels out of place.
No, me neither.
And it's so long. I think maybe in Silent Hill 3, it might fit with the aesthetic that game kind of has. It might fit better. Even in Silent Hill 1, I think it fits better.
Okay, so there is essentially a similar scene in Silent Hill 3. It's the Borley Haunted Mansion. Similar feeling for me. Feels out of place. It doesn't click because it feels like an outside force.
Yeah.
Like, and then my mind starts going, well, who's voicing this radio thing? Has Silent Hill created an entire human being in order to produce this radio broadcast?
It is there's
a lot of stuff to it.
It's the only character that, even in the DLC, that is just used like as a plot device almost that speaks. There's a bunch of notes with other characters, but that makes sense. They've left notes. This guy is there in some manner. Speaking to you. Yes.
It doesn't feel right. I'm right there with you.
It's weird because there's Ernest in the Born from a Wish that kind of has a same function. Like he's only a voice through a door, but he's a character with things that happen to him and a beginning and an end to his story in Silent Hill. This is like a sound effect essentially. I didn't like it. There's a fridge that James can't open by himself. Too heavy, little weak little guy. Needs Maria to come help open it up. So you got to go get her. She's been taken. Or what is it exactly that leads you? Okay, yeah. So there's the you get the strands of hair that gets you the elevator key, right? And then
from the drain.
And then you get on the elevator to go to the basement, and then she pops up there. She kind of just appears like out of nowhere, which was again weird. And she's like, "James, I almost got killed. What are you doing?"
Yeah, she's real mad at you.
And that's another one that didn't really make sense to me because, like, okay, I understand that she would be angry if James didn't help, but how would have James have known, right? Like, I even went back and visited her a few times and she was fine all then. So now all of a sudden she appears and she's angry and like, I get that she's supposed to be angry Mary, but like, this is not something a real human would be angry over. And so
I think I think that's James playing through Maria, this sense that this is my read. I haven't seen this confirmed or anything. James feeling inadequate as a protector because his wife died. Maybe he wants him to protect her. Yeah. And he knows that he was unable to or something. So because Maria and Pyramid Head are, 2 points of the same triangle, fun geometry joke, that they both are torturing James. Yeah. Maria is torturing James with her presence and all of the things about her that are like Mary. And then Pyramid Head is torturing James by doing what we're about to talk about in a second. Yeah. I would imagine this is Maria reminding James, like, don't leave me like that. You didn't protect me. Yeah. And this is him having to hear that from someone who is his wife's doppelganger.
I think that's probably the intention that they wrote that scene with. But I think that fails on a few aspects because one, James's view of Mary is completely centered. It only works for James if Maria feels like a real person that is what he wanted out of Maria. It doesn't work if Maria is a sort of like literally an object. She needs to be objectified, not. She's not like a dumb, like ditzy, like sort of like stupid character that's just sexual to be sexual, because that's not what James really wants. And so this is one of those examples where like I feel like she's just weirdly out of place in that moment.
So it was like out of character for her, or is out of
character for her, I think. And I think it feeds further into my theory that she's out of character a lot, but I think it's just so far again to that unbelievable sort of shift in character that pulls me out of it.
Okay.
Of course, you got to go get the key in the fridge that she needs to help James open. This like 110-pound lady, short little lady that is like, you can't lift this on your own. And then this is a PS2 thing, but when they go to lift it up, they have no issue opening it up. Like I think they make like a kind of sound, but like it's just in terms of animation.
And this is a sick woman too.
Yeah, exactly. I don't know. Maybe the read there is like, it's kind of implied that she's like a stripper at the bar. So I don't know. They got to have strength. So maybe she is stronger than James. I could definitely see that as a reasoning. But anyway, you get the key, you do some more kind of puzzle solving, and it's finally time to kind of explore the only place left, which is this basement hallway. And so you go down the elevator, go down there into the basement under the basement. And James and Mary are just walking kind of normally, and then the camera angle shifts. It's like this very long square hallway. You're walking down the first one, you go down the second, and all of a sudden, no music, no sound cue, Pyramid Head is chasing you. Didn't scare me, but like, damn, that is genius. They did it again. I said earlier that they find something that works and they don't repeat it, like bang it over the head. But this is like the one thing that gets repeated twice is actually 3 times, because Pyramid Head just shows up in the labyrinth, just sort of unceremoniously. But I think it works effectively, because that's one of the things I'm think they're going to mess up in the RE2 remake, is they're going to make it a big event. I think
a cutscene showing him coming into the room.
But yeah, he just appears and you're being chased, and James and Mary, they say nothing about it. I don't know if the implication is that they don't really know he's even behind there. Like you know, but you can't tell them or anything, and they're just walking down the hallway. They get to an elevator at the end. Elevator shuts as James gets into it. Mary gets stuck in it, and she dies by Pyramid Head's hands. sort of replicating maybe what James imagines it would feel like for Mary to be taken by the disease, taken, without his input, essentially. And there's a very long sort of mourning period he has just sitting in the elevator looking at it. One of the few moments where I think the game sort of vindicates his, we haven't strictly set it up until this point. Spoiler alert, play Silent Hill 2. Mary or James has killed Mary. In a sense, one of the endings has it that, or he mentions it, that he wanted to make it his choice because he didn't want Mary to suffer, is one of the reasons he might have done it. And this is the opposite of that. This is him seeing if it wasn't his choice, which does affect him. And it's sort of the only part in the game where, like, on a replay through, you're like, okay, maybe James made the right decision in a weird way for himself. Or at the time, before he knew that he would have ended up in Silent Hill and with all of this guilt, that would have been traumatic for him.
Well, on top of that, this will happen again in the game, and it is James's inner desire to be punished for what he's done, and losing Mary so far has been the most traumatic part of his life. So he's essentially dooming himself to this purgatory of constantly living out the scenario of losing this person that looks exactly like his wife over and over and over again.
That's a read I have on Silent Hill that I think a couple of people I've seen paint Silent Hill as like this place that is a like a personal hell to not punish, but I guess in a way like punish people until they realize something about themselves. And I don't think that's what Silent Hill is. In my mind, it is really a place to put people to rest. Eddie, for example, his only rest that he's going to find is in death. It is being killed, and in a way, it's quite poetic that it ends up being another human that kills him. James kills him. He's been a bad person. He's done bad things, and he's not going to get better unless someone stops him. And I don't. There's a reading that Angela at the end of the game like walks upstairs and dies. There's no really concrete thing that like she dies at that moment. And so I think she lives on once she has kind of forced herself to not relive her abuse, but take it into her own hands. Confront what that meant and what she has done. And James, on the other hand, he will only be at rest once he has kind of realized that he has murdered Mary, and this was something of his choice, not her choice. That is how he gets put to rest. We'll talk about it in the endings, like the different ways that kind of actually ends up with him leaving or whatever. But that's how he gets to rest, is realizing that part of him is something that was his choice and is his. Whether he likes it or not, it's who he is now. Another thing that's very poetic. Mary dies. And James essentially heads right to prison afterwards. You go to the Historical Society. It has some vignettes about the town, and you find out.
No, I didn't put that together, but that's kind of genius.
I
didn't think about that. That's really good.
There's this Civil War prison built underneath the Historical Society because it's Silent Hill and they love doing weird shit like that. One of the little things that you can read on the wall that I think comes up in importance at the end is that prisoners could choose to be hung or they could choose to be skewered to death. And that was their last bit of freedom. And the pyramid heads in the last scene are using skewers, and they skewer themselves. We head into this prison. This is where you have to jump down all the holes. I don't know how I feel about that. That's pretty on the nose again. There's a message also. You have to kind of go around to get the key to, or you have to get a wrench to get the key to the historical society. And I think I have it in my notes maybe. Oh no, I deleted it because I was like, this is so stupid that it's dumb. But I want to mention it because it's dumb. You can read on the wall in the bar, like, you might be trying to join or find Mary and join Mary, but you're going to a different place than Mary, James. And like, man, dude, like it's so on the nose that like it's uncharacteristically concrete, you know? Like it's just saying, hey, Mary went to heaven and you, James, you're going to hell. And that's kind of what I get from the jumping down the whole thing. It's like, I can see the symbolism is so obvious that it's like, come on, like you're better than this. You can do this in a better way. Like
So do you not also, I mean, for me, I never thought of the descending further into hell thing. I always saw it as an allegory for James descending further into his psyche, into his mind.
That's how I see it. Yeah.
Okay. I thought we were talking about the hell thing was the major.
No.
Which I never, I mean, but that is a kind of interesting little side, cool thing going on.
I like it as a concept of him delving into a psyche by literally going deeper, but you're already doing that. You've gone from high up in an apartment building to the streets of Silent Hill, to the historical society, to this huge, very, very long hallway, to prison, to a labyrinth below that. Like, that does all the work you need for it. It's the
I see what you
the slow,
it's a little superfluous.
It's the slow transition into the other world, but then they're like, but that's not enough. You need to jump down a few holes. Or maybe if it was like one hole, but it's like 4 times or something like that. I'm like, just I know that this is what he's doing already.
I got you.
The prison is very, very spooky. It wasn't scary to me as much, but one thing I want to point out that will be important later in my theory, there's a gallows that you have to kind of put different plaques in to solve it. And it is implied that there are 3 sinners. Let me find it. The gluttonous one, which is obviously Eddie. The seducer, which I think is actually Maria. And
it'd be kind of fucked up.
Oh yeah, no, it's I mean, maybe you could read it like the seducer, because Angela hasn't sinned. Well, I mean, maybe she has because she's murdered her. But that's not what Silent Hill is teaching her about. That is not her sin, and maybe you could even argue that it's justified that after the hell she put her through,
right.
She has the right to do that now. And it's implied that Maria is this third person that has sinned. So I think that's interesting. But I could also get the read that like the seducer is how Angela's abusers viewed Angela, which in a way is her sin because it is what set off the chain of events that caused her to murder. Like if you're looking at what her character,
maybe her feeling is that
her character archetype is what her problem was, that she was the seducer, because that's how
I could see that.
So then you gotta find some stuff. You gotta find a horseshoe. I love the sound of like the horse galloping in that area, and then you get the horseshoe.
That creeps me out for reasons I don't understand. Because in that area, it's a large, wide open space.
Yeah, after the prison, that's very tight.
Yeah, and it's just there's a center, the gallows right there, and you can run for a while, and it's just shadow until you see the walls start to form, and it's like as I'm running around, this narrow flashlight beam is all I can see, and the distance is black. And then I'm hearing what sounds like horses that are just galloping around. It just freaked me the fuck out for some reason.
Yeah, I love it. I love the way the dark looks in this game, especially. Yes. I like it more than the fog. After the hospital, you go outside. And you can find a note that says like the monsters the normal monsters that you find, mannequin heads and such, they're attracted to light. So I played most of that section, no flashlight as well.
Oh,
just
shit.
just
Nice.
kind of, and I love how that looks so much more than the fog. It's the most believable night that I think it has ever been maybe attempted.
Nice.
And that works especially well in the prison where like it's not fog, it's just darkness. Which is to most people, I think probably even scarier because most people have a big fear of the dark. Another big scare that works well, it didn't work for me again, but there's an invisible monster in one of the cells that James will look at as he's going by. And so if you've picked up on the fact that he'll look at stuff, which I didn't because I'm stupid, that is also a good use, interesting use of it. And then finally, there's
he says ritual too.
Oh yeah, of course.
The monster in the cell.
So plus when you go into one of the cells, you're like locked in too, and there's the sound of something moving out there, like huge thing moving.
And you can like attack them through the bars and stuff too.
Really? So I didn't know that.
Yeah, they have their own model. They're interactable.
Okay.
It's interesting.
Wow. Yeah, no, I just thought they were kind of there, like through.
Yeah. They have scripting and everything.
Wow.
It's crazy.
Okay. Yeah. And the last big thing here, I think, is the bathroom where you can knock on the door, and James is like, "Oh, I better not disturb them." And then when you're leaving, I didn't hear this my first time through. She screams like right as you leave out the door. I didn't hear that the first time. I imagine that probably scared. Definitely, if you played this as a kid, that would have been terrifying. Either way, you open up another trap door and you go deeper down. This is the point where you essentially get into the labyrinth. It is I'm not sure if this is what they meant for it to be, but it looks like wall or hallways of a house that I took to be Mary and James's house. You can also find Pyramid Head's big ass sword down here. People said some people in a bunch of reviews mentioned they never found it. I'm like, how? I don't know how you can miss that
either.
I do like the that area that it's in where there's two ladders on two opposite ends of a hallway, and you go down one and you're going to go left. It feels like a sphere. So you go left, you find the knife and some ammo and stuff, and then you keep going left. But it turns out that the other ladder on the other side of the hallway also leads to the same place. So you end up going up a ladder that you didn't come down on. And that's another great, like just tenseful, what even just happened there kind of feeling.
Just the same as that moment in Silent Hill 1 where you walk into the bathroom and
you come out on a different floor. Yeah, exactly. The labyrinth is also where we have our big character moments for our two supporting characters. First, I guess all three supporting characters, because first you discover Maria. She's in the cell. Another one of the good cutscenes, I think, of the game. She's I don't know if the read is that she's pretending to be Mary now to see if that'll kind of work. But she mentions the videotape in the hotel, where we've deduced that that's where Mary is waiting. Very off-putting, very good. And she'll be like, okay, I'm stuck over here. She's in this jail cell. I'll wait for you. So you leave. When you return to her,
I have to actually ask you a question about that cutscene to see if you noticed, because one of the intentional things that they did was have the voice actor switch between, because they both she played both Maria and Mary as well, switch between Mary and Maria during the conversation. Like, oh, you forgot the video, didn't you? Like, and then there was Mary and then Maria going, I'm not your Mary. Like, with just like a tougher kind of intonation.
I like the James says, are you Maria? And she's like, no. And then he's like, so you're Mary. Her, not your Mary. Again, big part of my theory at the end.
Okay.
That's another perfectly unnerving thing. I think the the biggest takeaway from Silent Hill 2 is like as like a game is that Team Silent knows how to fuck with you. That is not like just scary. It's something greater than that almost. It's
kind of similar to Kojima, how he is able to come up with, for example, nobody used the pressure sensitive buttons on the PS2. Metal Gear Solid 2 for going to first person, releasing the gun without firing. Yeah. I mean, the guy understands how to utilize every millimeter of the platform available in order to create something unique. And Team Silent is able to do that, and they iterate on it every single game. They add something new. In Silent Hill 3, I'll say it goes more towards the sound design thing of fucking with you, making it sound like if you're in an apartment building, you can hear motherfuckers running around upstairs. It's incredible. But yeah, they keep this up for the Silent Hill, I'll say trilogy, but to be nice to everybody else, quadrilogy of the original games.
I think Kojima does it. To me, that's more interesting because he does it in like a meta contextual sense where like it's the buttons that do it. It's you have to look in the game case. You have to switch your memory card out, switch the controller port. Oftentimes characters will speak directly to you, like the player, or even like the kind of overdone thing now where like you have to mash the button to get rid of the torture or to survive the torture. Although he's so much more mean about it in Metal Gear 1 than any other game has ever been with button mashing. He does that stuff so often outside of the game. Team Silent does it in the game. They never break the fourth wall really.
For sure.
But they can still achieve that same like the game is coming alive kind of feel.
Just a unique way to accomplish, because you want to scare the player, but you want to do it in a way that they're not used to. Because if you have the dog jump through the window, been there, done that. But if
Silent Hill 1 has that too.
Yeah, exactly. So it is wanting to achieve the goal everybody wants to achieve with a horror game, but Team Silent being Team Silent, they're like, well, how could we go about it in the weirdest fucking way possible?
Yeah. I also like in that same cutscene, James is kind of very verbally getting sick and tired of Maria. Like he just wants to find out the truth, which is a great way to show that like mirroring the resentment he probably grew for her in the past. Growing with Maria because he's kind of okay with her at the beginning. Another thing I want to mention is the third time this game scared me was I loaded up the HD collection after finishing the game the first time, and the sizzler reel that plays like if you're sitting at the menu scared the shit out of me because I went to the menu. I put my controller down. I was reading a great book on Silent Hill 2. Look it up. It's called Silent Hill 2.
Very easy to find on Google.
And I like went back to the book. I was reading a page. I had all my lights off. I had a candle lit in the corner of the room. Great vibes all around. Reading my nice little book under the covers. And really the only light in the room was provided by the TV, which is the main menu, and it's like dark green, but it's pretty bright. All of a sudden, complete darkness. I'm like, what the heck happened? Did my TV turn off? I look right at the TV. Maria appears on screen, looks directly at me in the eyes, and was like, James, what happened to you?
Oh, shit, dude.
I lost my shit. And that's definitely not intended, I don't think, but like,
Dude, I find myself wishing so hard that I had that moment because that sounds so dumb.
Oh my God. And I'm like, what the fuck? Did they actually do that? And then she kind of just starts into her like the rest of the cutscene. And I had to calm down. That is maybe the most scared I've been in a game since like Metal Gear Solid 2, I think.
Dude, that's so cool.
Damn. But yeah, so again, that speaks to like the parts of the cutscenes that I don't like end up kind of working. Maybe it's just my fault with that because I don't get scared that easily. So it has to really work if it's going to work on me. So then kind of the next thing that happens after that are the two big boss fights of the game past the like the end of the game. What happens first? Is it Angela or Eddie? I can't quite remember.
Eddie.
Okay, yeah. So Eddie is in this.
Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. No, maybe it's Laura locks you in the room with Angela's thing. Is that? I think that happens first.
Wait, what? Laura locks you in the room? Laura locks you in the room in the hospital with the flesh lips.
With the flesh. Oh, yes. Yeah, that's Angela. Okay.
That's not Angela's
mixing it up.
Thing, yeah.
Okay, so then definitely Eddie's is the next one.
So Eddie, he's in this this meat packing room, basically, this freezer. Again, I don't really like his characterization overall. I think it's just kind of too simple for him. He's evil now. Turns out he killed a dog because his owner was mean at him. And then he shot that person in the leg, and now he's running from the police. And he's like, you know what? It doesn't mean anything to kill someone. I can kill whoever I want when they look at me. And James is just like, you're crazy. And he's like, well, you know what? I'm going to kill you too. And then they fight.
So there is actually a bit of argument though over. So Eddie, the way that it's worded, you could interpret it a few different ways. Some people think that it's a football coach that he sort of directs a lot of his animus towards. And he, because he told him he was too fat, he wasn't good enough. And, you know, all the football players bullied him and stuff. So there's sort of like an argument in the scene, whether it's like, okay, did he shoot a dog by shooting the mascot for this football team? But I think the general agreed upon thing is that he went to the coach's house to kill him, ended up shooting the dog, and when the coach came out to see what happened, he shot the coach in the leg and ran all the way to Silent Hill. Okay. I think is the accepted canon.
And picked up a pizza on his way and put it in his car.
Of course, yeah. Maybe several.
Yeah, two large supreme, extra large supreme pizzas. Another thing I don't like happens right after this. James kills him, and he's like, I just killed a human being. Which, like, first of all, no matter how much you're repressing your feelings of killing your dead wife, you're just not going to have that emotion then of killing someone for the first time, I don't think. And also, like, everything he's been killing up until this point are very arguably humans, like, just changed a little bit. He could have been killing all of the town's residents up until this point that were just transformed into something else. So, like, come on, James. That it's just, I don't know. I'm not a fan of it. Am I missing something there?
So in retrospect, I could see exactly where you're coming from. As a first-time player, unaware that James had done that, maybe for the impact of the scene, I could see it having a value there. But like as a whole picture, knowing what you know about James, it's not conducive to his kid. Probably.
I think it's just like a weird piece of like a counter programming for the new player that's like, we don't want you to yet know that he killed his wife, so we're gonna make you really sure about it. Like, you didn't need to do that. If I hadn't played this, I don't think I would have yet guessed that it was his fault. Like, maybe that it was his fault that she died in a way, but like, I don't think he murdered her yet.
I think my first time I was getting a guilt that she was dead vibe. For sure.
Exactly. Also in my notes, I have Angela fight, Eddie fight. So maybe Angela's first. Either way.
Okay.
Angela's fight takes place in this like, it reminds me a lot of Scorn, the recent game.
Actually.
In terms of aesthetic, like these pistons are like pushing what I imagine in a higher fidelity game would probably be like goop out of the wall and stuff. It's kind of like this machine that she's in. And she is in this sort of living room. It has a TV. And the boss is this, these humans melted into a bed, essentially.
Like a bed frame.
Yeah.
Almost as if like the way that you would string canvas around a frame. Sort of, these guys are kind of just very creepy.
like if you dumped acid like on someone in a bed and they melted like slowly into the bed and they like became one conglomerate mass. Very great design there. I mean, obviously Masahiro Ito, I'm not gonna, people have given him enough praise over the years as this godlike person, so I'm not gonna continue that. It's unnecessary. We know he's amazing. Great character design. You're in a boss fight with him. You kill the thing, I want to call it. Angela finally, like, she like builds up enough either anger, or she finally is brave enough to actually do something, and she grabs the TV, slams it on the creature thing. There's an interaction. She runs out of the room. Again, I think Angela is much better done than Eddie. I think the seriousness of sexual assault maybe helps it a bit, because you don't have to go as in depth. You just know that, like, that's fucked up. She's gonna be dealing with it. Eddie was bullied. Like, that's sad, but like, not. I don't think that's as equally traumatic of a single moment in time.
I will say that I was not fully. It hadn't fully dawned on me that Angela had survived sexual abuse.
Yeah.
And my first time through. But of course there are, hints. I mean, not hints, like it was right in my face, but as someone who was playing video games in the PS2 era, you didn't immediately jump to something that serious of a subject matter. You wouldn't have assumed. So, she said, you could always force me like you always do, and I'm just like, that's a weird thing to say in that scenario, right? But it was in that room when I saw those weird piston gyrating things and the imagery, and I'm like, oh, okay. Yeah. And like you said, you don't need to suck this guy off. He has been enough for very good reason. But that happening in that room and it looking like somebody's mental projection of their living room, wherever this act took place, it tied everything in a bow for me, and I was able to see the full picture. After that little thing,
I didn't fully clock that was what her trauma was from until this scene either. But the way she acts the whole time is indicative of something that serious. Eddie doesn't act that serious, but he's as complacent, equally as complacent, despite him just being kind of a loner is his big problem.
I mean, like you said, he does kind of fill an almost comedic relief sort of role.
After those scenes, you get out of the labyrinth, onto the boat launch, and you gotta drive the boat over to the hotel. Also completely unnecessary, I think.
I agree.
It also sucks. Like, terrible to control the boat. And the first time playing, I didn't see that there was a light anywhere. Yeah. And you're originally not turned to the light. And I didn't know really how to turn the boat. So I figured it was just like a sort of like a God of War kind of thing where you just push up on the stick and it guides you. Forward, nope. So I was stuck out there for like 5 minutes, just rowing along. I'm like, man, something should happen at this point, maybe. And then I'm like, what the hell do I do? So I started looking at the controls. I'm like, okay, let me try just turning the boat 360. And that's finally, I found the light. I was like, okay, that's gotta be it. Also I tried to dock it and I like hit the dock. I didn't actually dock when I tried to go in for it. So like I had to like completely turn, go like 20 feet out into the water again and come back around and make another approach.
I think that honestly, maybe my second or third time, there was a period where I hadn't beaten Silent Hill 2 in like 5 years and I replayed it. And this was essentially, even though I don't remember it being that big of a deal in my first playthrough, the third time I had forgotten, and I thought too, you just hold forward. Yeah. And he eventually gets there. Yeah. And I was stuck in the water for like 10 minutes before I was like, Oh, that's right.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So again, I think poorly executed, and it just had no reason to really be there. You could have a boat ride, but it doesn't need to be that long.
Or maybe just fill it with like some sort of like monologue from James or something to fill the space. I see where you're coming from.
I think they were trying to maybe replicate the like long descent stairwell feeling, but obviously they couldn't do it again. That's like the third long hallway they've had. So, you know, maybe they were like, well, we want something to slow it down, but we can't do that again. So do the boat. Get to the hotel. The hotel, big Spencer Mansion vibes here again. Sort of the same setup too, solving different puzzles. I got stuck on the stupid elevator thing. I didn't click on the shelf, so I didn't know it was there. So I was like, what the hell do I do here? That I had to look up. I had to turn on my phone and look up a guide for that. Again, it sucks because like I think in a modern game they wouldn't let that happen, which in some cases sucks because it's like baby hand holding. But also when half of the things in this game don't have a pop-up when I click on them, so I've just at this point stopped clicking on stuff unless it's ammo or very visually an item. None of the other shelves in the game say anything. Sometimes a bookshelf would be like, there's books on this shelf. It's like, I wasn't going to click it. Also, the thing that helps is probably like Resident Evil 2 Remake's unfinished room thing. Like they mark it when you've got done everything in a room on the map.
Yeah.
Could maybe help this game a little bit.
For sure, yeah.
Definitely, I hope they do that in the remake. If they don't, that's missed opportunity for like no reason. Though again, I do like how James writes on the map like Harry does.
That is the best thing about the entire Silent Hill series. Even the later games that I don't enjoy as much, the maps are just as good. They fill them in. If I'm lost, I'll go and look at my map to see if maybe my main character wrote a question mark somewhere. Really, really good mechanical feature to have in a game.
But you know, I do think I like the map. It's a thing that carries over from the first game, but I think Harry's better at it than James. There's a lot of stuff James doesn't mark.
Interesting.
Like I was lost after the hospital. I was no clue where to go. And my immediate reaction wasn't, oh, I should go back like to the other map where I previously was. That never hit me. Yeah. So that was another like look up, hey, you got to go back to where the wrench is. Cause I figured the wrench was just somewhere nearby the hospital, not where I started the game.
Yeah. I could see that. Yeah. Okay.
So anyway, we're in the hotel now. Go to the basement. Stupidest puzzle, man, ever created. There's a can in the kitchen that you have to get the can opener for to open it, to get light bulbs to put in a light because James can't see the door to unlock it. Dude,
incredible.
What are you so good. What who made this game? Who's like
do you ever play any like point and click adventure games?
No, I do not. I'm not Fallout is like the closest thing I've ever done to a point and click. What you just described
there is quintessential point and click adventure. It's like, oh, I don't have the key to the room. Well, first you have to get the fish from the harbor, and then you have to feed it to the cat in the neighborhood, and then you take the bones and you use it as a key.
Of course.
It's very adventure game logic, that puzzle. And it stands out because the rest of the puzzles, while weird in our reality, made sense contextually to
they're guided degree. In some manner. That's why I was like, what the can opener? So I went to the pantry because you get the tape and the can opener from the office on the first floor before actually going to the basement. So I went to the pantry and just started clicking on things. I started using things to try and open a can, but why would the can be in the pantry? That makes no sense. So I go to the basement. Some people have said that they really like the basement of the hotel. I don't know. I think I don't like the stuff being taken away when it's for such a short time that it's almost meaningless. And the the hallways to maneuver around the enemies are so small that you basically can't just blitz by them easily without taking at least one bit of damage. And so it feels kind of cheap too when you run past them and you've taken damage, and then the next room there's like 4 health drinks. Like they knew that was gonna suck, and then their remedy wasn't to make it not suck, it was just to give you back health after it was done.
I do think it was a nice bonus to have the elevator puzzle strip you of all of your weapons and resources.
I like that concept. I just don't think it's, again, I don't think it's executed as well as it could have been.
I get it.
Anyway, you find the lamp in the can for the door to unlock the door. Get some paint thinner. Go unlock some more stuff up there, and you can finally solve the music box puzzle. One thing I want to mention now that we're getting to basically the finale of the game, the cell that Maria is in the labyrinth, when you leave the room, is room 208. When you're in the hotel, if you go and click on room 208, you can hear a lady scream.
I never noticed that. That's interesting.
Just like another one of those things, like no one has even mentioned that, which I think is like one of those things that people always put in their videos. That's like, this is how good Silent Hill 2 is because of this detail. I hadn't heard anyone talk about that before. And that's like another one of those leaving the bathroom and she screams. In an article, I think someone mentioned, if you go up to where the 3rd floor is, where it's the door outside to the actual floor is locked, you can like walk up the stairs. As you're leaving, you'll hear Mary call to you, which is like another one of those things. But all of previous ones that I've mentioned have been mentioned before. I've not heard anyone talk about the room number.
No, I haven't either.
Okay, let's just get right into it. We've pontificated enough about this game. You do the music boxes, you get the key to Mary's room, go upstairs, and there is no Mary. There is instead only a TV. You put in the tape. Man, if you didn't spoil the game for me, I think I would have like actually finished that bit, just boringly finished the rest of the game and put it down and never really thought about it again, because the tape sucks.
It's hard to tell what the fuck's going on.
You cannot tell that he murdered her, first of all. It just looks like if it wasn't so fast, it would be like he puts the cover over her to like put her to sleep. It's so stupid. And the HD collection puts a TV that slowly zooms into the TV, which I really like, because it actually distorts it so that you can't tell what's going on at all, really, which makes your mind think like, okay, what the hell did happen there? In the original, it's clear enough that you see him just do this like awkward movement. I'm like, what the fuck was that? That makes no sense. And then he sits there and the camera starts circling him to this like rock music, and I started laughing out loud again. Probably not helped by the fact that every time I've seen that scene before, it is where he's sitting there, the music starts playing, and he gets up and starts dancing all the time.
It's hard to divorce those two scenes from each other.
I don't know about the music choice there. It doesn't work for me. I would have kind of rather just no music, just like slowly just looking at him like it did in the elevator earlier on. And then he's like, I killed her. I'm like, yeah, that's what the tape just showed us. You don't have to say that again. Laura comes into the room. He's like, I killed her. She gets angry, storms out of the room. His radio pops up again. It's Mary. Time to go find Mary for real. This is where we kind of finally solve many of the problems that the game has brought up. One, this is the first time, like, other than the hotel, I think that this is like specifically an otherworld event I love that the hotel's like so wet. I love. It's so gross.
Well, it's like after a fire, once they put it out and all of the hose water has fully, kind of dripped down to the first floor and stuff and kind of flooded a bit. Very cool. I like that a lot.
You kind of explore. I actually before we fully get into it, the monster that Angela fights, or that you fight for Angela, I guess, a little bit earlier on, is now like a regular enemy in the hotel. It's so dumb. Like, just put the regular enemies there. It's not like that actually was took me out of it point.
Yeah,
like,
I get that.
This is a bad decision that a game you think that is so artfully curated and thought over that they wouldn't do something like seemingly so stupid. Didn't like it. But now
it just sort of devalues the original time that you encountered it too.
Now, finally, the kind of the big point in the game. First, let's talk about Angela. We're kind of skipping over the actual timeline of events that comes in the game, but I imagine we're going to want to talk about the ending of James altogether. You find Angela. She's in this burning staircase. She obviously the death, or I guess essentially the replaying of the murder of her dad and her brother or whatever earlier on has sort of gave her some answers, maybe. A very beautiful cutscene again. She says something like, "Can I have the knife back?" And he's like, "No," which is like a last, like, James is a fucking asshole, dude. Like, this at this point, she's gone through enough. This is her choice. If she has decided that is what she wants, who are you to decide to take that from her? And that's kind of spitting in her face one last time.
I don't know. I can see it, man, because then you feel a sense of like ownership over the actor, or at least, I mean, you contributed to his, here's the knife, you're going to kill yourself. I get it.
But man. I mean, maybe it doesn't have to mean that she kills herself either. Like, people have read into it that her ascending the stairs is like her death, but I don't agree with that. And I think if James did give her the knife, which I agree with the writing moment to not give her the knife because it characterizes James. Okay. But like, if he did give her the knife, I don't think she would have killed herself with it, or at least like immediately. I think she would have taken it, and
maybe it was to show like, I can have this.
Yes.
Now.
And maybe she does kill herself at some other point, but at that moment, she has received some sort of peace. If you can even call it that. She's able to... Oh, go ahead.
It feels to me like after the boss fight, it was her understanding, coming to grips with the idea, I've done this.
Yeah.
And at the end, it's her going, okay, I have done this. I'm succumbing to this idea. And she feels like she needs to, like, she has done something wrong, even though we could both agree, very justified. It felt to me, because and the tone of her voice too, very just like, oh, it's like this all the time, just defeated almost. It felt to me like a sort of unwilling acceptance, like, well, I guess if it's gonna be this way, you know what I mean? And it's sort of vague in that sense, and I don't need her to have died at the end of it, just that her walking into that fire was her allowing this, Lovecraftian knowledge, this idea that she's been blocking out the entire time, just envelops her.
The sense that, like, it's not going to go away, so the only piece that she can get is accepting that it will always be like that, and that that is the only way for her to move forward, is to allow it to happen instead of, blocking it out is just going to make it worse.
It's just her like, I've done this. This is real.
Again, I think her story is simple, but I think it's beautifully done. And with Maria being the kind of like really sexy, like typical feels like the typical woman in like a early 2000s game. I'm glad that Angela is there to prove that Team Silent isn't just doing it because they, you know, wanted a sexy woman in their game. There is reasoning behind these characters.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know what makes Angela's plight feel so interesting and kind of raw is I don't think I've seen in a video game since such a like sensitive subject matter be treated so respectfully in the sense that the developers don't have Angela say, a long time ago, my brother and my dad, blah, 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 blah. But there is enough breadcrumbs and the imagery is not so on the nose as to almost devalue the situation by bringing a sort of comedic light to how obvious the signs are. You have to read into it, and it's totally, I think it's plausible that a person finishes a casual playthrough of Silent Hill 2, hears our conversation, and goes, "What about Angela?" Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I like it because I think a worse game would have taken that and overdone it, like forced you to watch some like horrible rape scene or like make her monologue about, oh, you know, this happened to me, and make it extremely painful in a way that it doesn't have to be. I'm like not a victim of sexual assault, so it's really not my place to say, but like I have a feeling you could play this game and this wouldn't be like just horribly triggering at every single point. Much like James is handled. It's done in a way that like if you have experienced something that is not exactly the same, but like some sort of grief, some sort of guilt, you can play the game and it doesn't make you feel worse about what you've done. It sort of also leads you to an understanding. Like Silent Hill, the place does to the characters, the game sort of leads you to as well. And
a little meta narrative there.
Yeah,
you know, that what's happening in the plot may be taking place within the player as they experience it. Interesting take.
If it was more extreme, like if there was just a rape scene, like no one that has experienced sexual assault is gonna want to experience that, or like even want to play the game at all because of it.
Absolutely.
And so
you know what it is? It's so you have this very serious subject matter, and it would be so easy. Even let's say if I was going to make a video game, it would be easy for me to mishandle that subject matter because you have to treat it as seriously as it deserves to be treated. And I think the way Silent Hill 2 does that is by respecting the player enough to look into it and understand that that is what's happened without being so vulgar or I don't know what to say, just like inappropriate about it to have said it out loud or to have depicted it happening, but instead letting the player, which is always going to be worse than what they could render on a PS2, let it happen in your mind. And now you're like, oh shit, you like that makes it a little more serious. And I think gives it the ability to handle a sensitive subject like that without feeling exploitative or disrespectful.
Yeah. I think it speaks to Team Silent, especially because a lot of other games around this time really just women are basically objectified as James objectifies them in a lot of games at the time where like it is usually like the James Bond thing of James Bond is the hero and there is a woman that like exists for him, almost by him in a sense. And the service of the woman is to the man of the plot. And Silent Hill 2 is able to take that thing that was, especially in video games, since it was a very young medium, and really at that point, not yet fully like, I don't think as many people understood that games can be as artful as we do now, that like the general consensus is games is art. I feel when I was a lot younger, that wasn't necessarily the case. The fact that Team Silent is smart enough and they're able to write a story effectively that can tackle that and not just horrendously take missteps with something like that, because that could have completely broken the whole game if they did it wrong. So it's very brave in a way to put that kind of thing in.
Yeah, for sure.
All right. Finally, let's talk about the ending. There's a few endings. I want to know if you can remember, what ending did you originally get, and were you happy with it?
Honestly, I think I got the bad ending.
What's the bad ending?
Which is James alluding to James just jumping into Toluca Lake.
That's your bad. Do you think that's the bad ending?
I forget which ending I got recently too. Actually, now that I think about it. What did you get?
Okay, so originally I got the leave ending.
Okay.
And that really cemented this game as like, wow. I kind of sucked, honestly. Like I was like, probably like, it's not a bad game, but like to me, it was like a 7 out of 10 or something. Like it didn't, the dialogue made it that it didn't emotionally click with me. And then the thematic elements like Eddie and the sort of leave ending is kind of read as James. He fights the pyramid heads. He fights Maria at the end, and leaves town with Laura and like becomes her like adoptive father essentially. It seemed like that wouldn't actually fix any of the problems that were apparent before James walked into Silent Hill. On the James front, yes, Mary wanted him to she said in the letter to like live your life. But that was before he killed her. And also I don't think he can just walk away from that. I don't think this is with how much this has affected him. I don't think he can just be like, oh, well, I'm going to go be happy now, or whatever.
See, that's the feeling that I got is not that he would be okay, but that he has started the process to potentially becoming okay.
Okay.
That's my, cause I mean, the leave ending is probably, it's kind of my favorite, because it reminds me of, Max Payne 2 in a way. And I love Max Payne 2.
But Max Payne 2, my least favorite Max Payne game.
Oh, I hate you so much.
I can't say that. I'm playing Max Payne 3 right now. I really don't like Max Payne 3.
Recontextualize Max Payne 2 with Max Payne 3. I like it.
Yeah. So Max Payne 1 is like top 10 game of all time. Max Payne 2 is like a good game to me. But
yeah, well, fair enough. As long as you picked one of them, I mean, that's good enough. But the leave ending to me always felt as if maybe not so much I'm going to be okay, but at the very least, I am no longer lying to myself that this didn't exist.
Yeah. He accepts it as part of himself.
Yeah. Like at the end of Max Payne 2, it's like I had a dream. My wife was dead, but it was okay. Like it's not a good thing. But
it happened already. You can't undo it.
Exactly. You have to move on. And I haven't moved past it. But at least now that I recognize that it happened, maybe I can start. I got that feeling from it. More of a sort of depressingly hopeful.
My read of it was much more depressing, I think, because over the playtime of the game, James is almost never. He's very emotionless almost all the time. A few times he's scared. A few times he's like, Maria, what are you talking about? The only other emotion he almost ever shares outside of like the final boss fights is screaming at Laura. So the fact that he goes from like berating this the girl the whole time and sort of in a way imposing how he might have treated Mary onto Laura because she's the only other like controllable like female figure that he has to grasp onto. gives me a read like he's going to walk away with Laura and be a very terrible father. And I don't think it's a happy, I don't think it's a happy leaving. I think it's a tragic leaving.
I bet the Team Silent would fucking love that you had that interpreted. Just the fact that people would come away from a game and have an interpretation that maybe they didn't even consider, but still it's like you could hear that argument and go like, oh shit. Yeah. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, that's why people like this game so much, I think, because you're able to do this.
Yeah, no, because I think although I have issue with a lot of the writing on this game because it tends to repeat itself over and over. Like people say the same things about this game all the time. The part of this sort of unconcreteness or this like infinality to the game, or like it has an ending, but the story of James isn't ended with that ending.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Gives it a sort of like a literary feel to it, where like it has now become your character. Like whatever you think happened to James after the leave ending has now become what is true to you, and everyone has a different view on what that might be.
Schrodinger's James Sunderland.
Exactly. Yeah. I think it didn't hit because my takeaway from Silent Hill the Place is that, again, it's a place that puts people to rest. It's not punishment or vindication or anything, or like an often read is that James has put himself through Silent Hill to repent for what he has done. I don't think that. I think Silent Hill is trying to essentially bring these people to a peace. Because I don't like the fact that Silent Hill is a moral judgment. Like,
I agree.
You are bad. Now Silent Hill will punish you. I don't like that. Jacob Yeller in the Something Rotten podcast brings that up a lot, where like Silent Hill is a character in of itself, but you don't want it to be a character with motivation. The characters come in and bring themselves to Silent Hill because they need something from Silent Hill, and Silent Hill gives it to them.
So my thing is Silent Hill is a very neutral, you could say character, I would say element in the story. And I don't think we should be ascribing any will to it whatsoever. Tracing back the backstory, the spiritual power that radiates from Toluca Lake, and like with the fog flows down the mountains and into the town. That is something that's not attempting to do anything. But if you enter that space and you have these inner demons, those inner demons via this power are brought out of you. And any emotional growth that takes place during that position is essentially going to come as a natural consequence of you coming into physical contact with your problems. Yeah. And then like in real life getting over them. So I like to see Silent Hill as more of a thing that exists that people go to, like Christ, what's that? Like the suicide forest in here in Japan. It's like people go there to kill themselves, but I wouldn't necessarily say that forest has any blame in the matter.
I do agree with that. I'm saying it's a character, not in that it has its. Again, I don't want Silent Hill to have its own motivation. I don't think Silent Hill wants to fix these people or whatever.
Exactly,
I think when you enter Silent Hill, you have created your Silent Hill character essentially, and you have put motivations upon the town through your own motivations.
Right. So if you're searching for absolution,
exactly, which is what basically all of the characters, at least in Silent Hill 2, have come to the town for. They have come for absolution or to be put at rest in some way. Really?
I think that they have all come because none of them admit what they've done until being forced to. Eddie refuses to admit that he hurt anybody. And up until the last cutscene, you wouldn't know that he did. Angela, right up until the boss fight, you wouldn't have known that she had harmed a family member. I think in James also, he comes to the town blocking out the idea that he has killed his wife, but obviously somewhere subconsciously understanding that this is the case. I think all three of them are going through the same thing James has. Here's a thing that I blocked out that I'm subconsciously aware of, and because my conscious mind is not aware of it, the subconscious mind is constantly attacking me, and they're all three drawn to Silent Hill in order to okay. It's hard to explain because so many of these ideas are just I play the game, then I think about it, and then you never have to parse it through the filter of speech. I think that they are all there subconsciously to be punished for what they've done. James wants to die. He comes to Silent Hill because that's where him and his wife last were very happy. It's a very important location for him. Angela, I think probably her walking into the fire like that could be hinting at the fact that she feels some sort of she needs to be punished for this as well. Eddie, I think, is the only person who doesn't necessarily feel like outward guilt. But I would say I've known enough people who, when pressed with the idea that they've done something wrong, will lash out in anger instead, even though they realize it happened.
Yeah.
You could maybe make that argument. But I think all three characters at some point have done a bad thing to another person and in some way are searching for some sort of resolution to that.
But is the resolution not to find some sort of peace from that? Is like I understand
I don't think
that
so, because James just wanted to die.
But
well, depending
but
on
why did he want to die? Just because like he wanted to die because that's the only way he can he feels like he can repent or
so
stop.
like, you know, I mean, you're obviously aware that the letter that he got never existed. It's not real.
I didn't know that.
Oh, okay, yeah.
That it wasn't real?
Yeah, he just because he if the Mary's in the trunk ending is the canon, as it seems to be the case, James came to Silent Hill to drive his car into Toluca Lake with his wife in the trunk.
But she still could have written that prior to dying for real, and he would have had the letter at her death.
Oh yeah, she could have. Yeah, but it's not real. It was sent after her death and everything because she was supposed to have read it. But this is all James's rationalization for why he's in Silent Hill.
I really don't.
That makes it worse for you.
I really don't like that.
Oh man, I made it better for me.
That fails in so many different ways to me because my entire reading of the game is that first. Okay, to explain my reading of the game, I think we finally need to talk about my theory.
Okay.
I actually want to make like a long form video on this, like a script, because my thoughts here, I have notes, but they're not totally, they're not baked in the oven enough.
Right.
Essentially, I don't think that Maria is totally just James's. I don't think James has created Maria. I think Maria is Mary trying to figure out if what James had done or the issues in their relationship is her fault or if it was always going to happen. Especially in the Born from a Wish DLC that you play right after. And I had this theory before that, but that this confirms so much to me. Maria is not like seductive or like mean or emasculative or any of the things that she does in the main campaign in Born from a Wish until Emmett is like or Emmerich is like that James guy he's bad, you got to figure out what to do here. Only then does she walks away, throws the gun away, and she decides consciously, I need to make myself like that. like how I imagine he wants me to be. I need to make myself sexier or, advance on him or make him protect me because I wasn't like that. And that's why our relationship never ended up working out. And I have a whole lot of proof for this. I've come with some evidence.
Okay.
The first piece of evidence I have is not as concrete, but I think it's exemplary of this kind of thing. When you go to find the wrench, the doctor has written a note. This quote stood out to me. The quote is, "I wasn't looking for the truth. I was looking for tranquility." One that explains James a lot, I think. And one of the reasons the in the back of the car reading doesn't work for me, because he already knows the truth. He tries to block it out, but deep down inside of him, he knows he killed Mary. And this is him coming to terms with that part of him, not him discovering that part of him. And I think Mary cannot rest herself until she has achieved this sense that what was going to happen was probably going to happen no matter what. Like the in the elevator when she dies in front of James, that is the disease taking her. There is no resolution in James after she is taken away without his choice. That didn't fix him. If her personality was different, that didn't fix him. If any of these possibilities that could have been a different reality from what really happened, and that's she was diseased. She slowly, felt death trying to take her over. In the hallway before the last boss fight, it's revealed that she was kind of abusive over him. Not just a little bit, but like very much so. Not enough, not as much as like Angela that makes murdering her, I think. That you could make a case that Angela kind of didn't do anything wrong after what they had put her through.
Yeah,
but
for sure. Yeah.
James certainly isn't. This isn't completely unprompted. This isn't him like wanting the life insurance money or whatever. She is brutal. She screams at him and then immediately just like Maria does in the game, switches immediately to, "I'm so sorry. I didn't mean that. Please love me. I don't want to be alone."
Which makes it way worse though, because the situation would be so much more emotionally readable if there was a bad guy and a good guy, and you know what I mean? But now you have a woman who, this is a very complex situation. She is dying. She's miserable. And that is the universal, all my sympathy, good character. You know what I mean? Like that's automatic. But then you start showing this was not a perfect human being. This disease caused her to lash out in ways she wouldn't have otherwise. This was not black and white. I really like that a lot. It complicates things and makes it much more muddy.
Yeah. And I think that it serves to make Maria it serves to tie Maria more into the real Mary, because she's kind of just switching moods constantly, like unexplainably. Whereas even if your read is this is James' projection of Mary, or what he thinks he wanted Mary to be or something, that's the reasoning why. But for me, that's kind of proof that the Maria we see in the game is not just a mental creation. It is a spirit, or however you want to describe it, that has its own decision making and wants to figure something out at the end of the day. And she ends up finding out that it really wouldn't have changed anything. And that's how she's put at rest, is that, it's tragic, the disease, what it had done to her as a person, and how she treated James. But even if she treated him differently, and even if things have happened, slightly differently in the end, the disease was always going to be the factor that took her over, and James was always going to kill her, no matter what timeline you're in. That's one of the
This is
reasons.
essentially the storyline to the oh Christ, what's that movie called? With the Tree of Life, I think something of
Tree of
life.
Life. I've
Oh,
watched like embarrassingly
I would
little
assume you haven't
movies.
seen it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would assume you haven't seen it, given your history. Somebody when they see this in the comments will know it has Hugh Jackman in it. I think it is this the Tree of Life, something like that. Someone will write it in the comments, and I'll be vindicated. But you just described the plot of the movie.
Yeah.
Like these two star-crossed lovers, and they meet with each other, and they are always destined to meet in every timeline and conquistador times or whatever, always slated to meet, and it always has to end in tragedy.
Yeah.
It's so cool.
Okay. Let me go back to more of my evidence here, and then we'll talk about
Evidence.zip. Let's do it.
the different endings we can like end with. Maria, she's very, very focused on saving Laura the entire game. James is not aware of Laura as in existence at all up until this point. So it doesn't make sense if this is completely a creation by James that Maria would feel so protective over this girl. She seems to know her, or like Maria herself knows of Laura before the game starts. In the Born for a Wish DLC, she recognizes who that is. She knows who that is. And so it just makes kind of no sense that why would James create that in his Silent Hill? Like where would that have come from is what I'm trying to say. Cause like we know
James had no knowledge that Mary knew Laura.
Like we know Eddie is a real person. We know Angela is a real person. So their Silent Hills are their own creation. Just as James's Silent Hill is his. But this is like the one weird thing where like he doesn't know about it. So how could it factor into his story at all?
Yeah.
Another thing, again, back to the hanging gallows in the prison. The three sins are the oppressor, which likely James, the gluttonous pig, a read of Eddie that you could make. Again, Angela, I don't think is a sinner. And the seductress. You could have that read of like maybe Angela thinks of herself as a seductress, but the only literal seductress is Maria. And I think that the fact that Mary at all thinks that maybe she could have fixed the marriage through like, well, what if she was a better woman for James is in a way her sin. It's her failings because.
Interesting. Yeah. I mean, because the obvious take everybody has is that James wanted Mary this is his more idealized version of her. What if it was someone with low self-esteem or they wanted the marriage to be better? What if I had worn the shirt that showed my belly more or something?
I think it's very clear that is maybe not what was originally intended, because if that is true, if this is the Maria or the Mary that James wanted, why does he hate her so much the entire game? He's always off put by it. He never fully accepts it.
I love that part of the game, by the way. If like in my interpretation of Silent Hill 2, where it is a creation of his own, I like to think that because of the Born from a Wish campaign, that this thing was created via James's internal feelings. But after it became real, Maria is she has, like she responds to things and she's like a sentient being at that point, which is this tortured existence of you were born from this thing. This man wants you to desire him, but he will not reciprocate this desire because you aren't actually the woman that he's trying to project it. He's not consciously doing this. You don't consciously maybe even know why you want James to be attracted to you or to protect you or whatever it is. It's such a tortured existence. And the Born from a Wish thing just shows you that she is this thing that pre-existed. Maybe, Maria just was spun up one day, and that's how I like to imagine it. And she has all these memories of a life she never lived or something. It's such a cool, tortured kind of existence. Yeah. Very interesting.
You brought up that like if she was like spun up from existence, I think is interesting. But to me, it doesn't feel right, because everyone that James meets in Silent Hill, except for the guy on the stupid ass elevator, they're all real in one way or another. Why then would this one character just not truly exist in any shape or form? It has to be, there has to be some outside force guiding this character, or else I think if it really was just James's projection, she would be like that dumb, like overtly objectified, sexified version, and not like an extremely tortured, like constantly trying to find out how to fix herself to meet James's expectations. Because James wouldn't like imagine that she would try to fix herself for James. That doesn't feel right.
Interesting.
And it really kind of supports the boss fight at the end, because over the entire game, Mary is trying, and Mary maybe even in some part might have control over Pyramid Head, or at least control over what she does in regards to Pyramid Head. She essentially lets herself die multiple times over the game to see if maybe if James didn't kill her, that would have resolved him in some way. So like, I don't know, maybe if she killed herself or
that's an interesting direction to go in.
Yeah.
And like, so she's trying to just like free him from his shit.
Exactly. Because that's, first of all, that's the only way she's going to get any rest, is if he is at rest. And she finds that doesn't work. She tries it repeatedly, and her death, absolved of James doing, does not make it any better. It even makes it worse. He sits there and he breaks down in the elevator. He can't move. Right. And the boss fight at the end, where she's like, even just like the "I'm not your Mary," proving that she's an alternate version of what could have been Mary, and the boss fight being against Maria as a concept, and James killing Maria, showing that, okay, even if I was this version, it would have ended up exactly the same. He still kills Maria in the end, in the ending that I think is most canon.
Right.
It still happens either way, and so her.
Couldn't you see that as a sort of indication? The boss fight is a version of him rationalizing, okay, I killed this. I did this now in the moment. I obviously killed this woman. This is kind of like my coming to terms. Which
that actually perfectly segued into my reading of like the body in the back of the trunk. In my mind, I don't think James, like I don't think Silent Hill in this game is like a fully real place. Like it's more of like a mind space, if anything, where I think that the moment that James kills Mary, all of this has taken place. Like from the game starting to him in Silent Hill to him killing her in the boss fight is that single moment where he grabs the pillow and shoves it on her face.
This is the torment he went through internally before.
Yeah, which makes because I don't think James would just throw her in the back of the car and then drive around and go to all these different places. Like I think he kills her. That the existence of this game and everything that happens is at an instant his all of his emotions like coming to grips with it, and then he's like, the only thing that I can do to fix what I just done is to be at a sort of to join her, essentially.
I love that, but and here's where things get dirty. Why Eddie and Angela then?
Because again, Silent Hill isn't a direct place. It's in my viewing, it's a way to bring these people to rest, and therefore Eddie and Angela need James in a way, in the manner that he is in the game and what he does in the game, like killing Eddie, helping her to fight her dad and brother. They need her, or they need him as much as he needs them to come to the final realization and come to grips with it.
Okay. All right. I was thinking I was going to get you with that one.
No, yeah. I've thought about this way too much.
All right.
And also,
well, welcome to the fucking Silent Hill fandom, by the way. You have officially done it.
Yeah. And finally, like when you kill her in the boss fight, there's a moment, like she doesn't die fully when the boss fight ends. You have to kill her, like hit her one last time.
Yeah.
And she's strung up on this like bed frame, essentially, like tied down to it as she would be with the like disease that she can't move.
Yeah.
And I took out the pyramid knife and like
it's so hard not to.
Oh my what the hell just happened to my camera? Give me one sec. Why? What?
That's as soon as you talked about killing a fictional woman, here comes OBS. Oh, okay. No, it's back.
Okay, let me try something.
I'm gonna open up Photoshop and draw a picture of you that we can insert in there.
Do that. I'm just gonna try to restart my camera thing.
Fucking might work just to unplug it and plug it back in again. USB is such a piece of shit connection standard. I swear to fucking Christ.
I'm using an Elgato face cam right now, and Elgato is such a shitty software company that I don't know if anything is ever as intended. Like I can't even change the exposure, so I'm just messing with ISO to actually make it look good.
Yeah.
God. Okay, I started that back up. Let's see if this works. Okay, there we go.
Oh, all right, we're back.
Anyways, but yeah,
there we go.
So I took the knife,
the great knife,
and I.
It's so weird because I did that. I think 2 of the times I beat Silent Hill, I purposely pulled out the great knife to deliver the final blow.
And that is such a like almost a ceremonious, like huge swing that he makes. That I think that him killing her, like finishing her off in that moment, is him killing her in real time.
I think that's a really, really cool idea, honestly. I didn't expect to be as convinced as I was.
See, now I've got to get you on the support train, get some although I don't know if that'll work. Maybe if I get your support, that'll ruin my cause in the Silent Hill
against
community.
Yeah. Sure. Yeah.
Again, at the end of her letter, by the way, her full letter reading is the only part of the original voice cast that I think is definitively better in every single way. I think Angela's better, but that's because I think the original Angela knows the intent of the writers more than Laura Bailey does, because Laura Bailey's just coming in after and doing some voiceover. I was not attached emotionally to this game at all because of the original voice cast, and then this letter hit, and I did cry, which is usually a good thing for me for games. But it was weird because I felt no emotional connection to the game otherwise. It didn't.
It was just that emotional.
It was just so emotional that it affected me, which is obviously a sign of that performance being amazing. But at the end of it, she says, it's like maybe her last line is, "You've suffered, it's enough." Most of the reading on that is, James, you've suffered, now you can go to rest. My reading is, James, you've suffered, I can go to rest. It's enough is not, it's enough for you. It's enough for me, or potentially the both of them to finally, join in a sort of understanding that they haven't had since before she was sick, likely.
I mean, honestly, everything you're saying right now is like itching for a video essay script.
Yeah, no, I'm planning it. I have
do it.
My planned like video essay. My video essay like series that I want to do. I've had like a list of ideas. Like I want to compare like the Starfield procedural generation to like Dagger Falls, like stuff like that. It's like cool. Or like every single FPS shotgun ever made ranked, stuff like that. This is the first one I'm like, okay, those are cool video ideas, but I think this one like needs to be said in some manner. More than like, oh, look at this cool video I made. Isn't it nice, entertaining? Okay. So that is Silent Hill 2, the original. Ending wise, so you think Leave ending is the best, you said?
It feels to me like the most conducive to the idea of James continuing on his life and not necessarily being okay, but also not necessarily struggling with his own guilt as much as he has. It's a melancholy acceptance kind of thing. But it's just a total preference deal. I don't have any like. I
think I originally liked it. Like when I first beat it, I'm like, I'm so glad they didn't make him commit suicide, because that's like sort of cliche feeling. But I didn't yet have this view on the game that I do now with Mary and all that. So I felt like now that I'm at this understanding with my own playthrough of the game, it feels. I said earlier it has like an infinality to it, where it's not, the story is not over, and I liked that the first time through when I didn't really come to grips with what was happening, and I really don't like that now. It also kind of feeds into my reading of Maria, because the game at first glance is extremely self-centered on James, where everything it's about him. You can take that reading. I don't think it's wrong. Maybe that's probably maybe even what the developers intended originally, but I think it's a much more interesting sort of examination of their relationship, to look at it as both of their coming to grips with it, rather than just James, feeling guilty over killing his wife or whatever. This is where the HD collection comes into play.
Okay.
I spent so much time with my original playthrough just trying to make it past the voices, I think, and the performances that were offsetting. Yes, I won't deny that. And I'm not going to say that you should play the HD collection over the original. I think personally, I think you should play the original and then maybe the HD collection with the new voices to get to fully kind of try to understand the game. Especially since I feel like this game requires multiple playthroughs to really get. And I'm not a big fan of like just playing the exact same game over again. There's enough differences in the HD collection to make it feel somewhat new. But I spent so much time with the original just trying to understand why they talked the way they did and why it was written the way they did. And my immediate reaction again was like bad localization, like this is just shitty. But the writing and the overall artistic elements of it are just so good that everyone must love it. And I didn't really have an understanding that I liked until I played the HD collection, and no longer am I worried about the voices being believable, because I think they're great performances in the HD collection. Like they're good quality, right? Like they're technically
I agree.
Good. I don't think Troy Baker, I said earlier, is a good James. I think he's a bad pick. No. But Laura Bailey, very good at Angela. And I forget Mary's voice actor.
Mary Elizabeth McGlynn.
Yes. Although I prefer the original Mary, I think the HD collection is not bad.
I think McGlynn it was a little too deep of a register for Mary's voice.
She can't switch back and forth, I don't think, as well either.
Yeah, I don't think so either. And that's always been a thing. She's always just done that same. She's been Motoko Kusanagi in every role she's ever played, which is great because she's so good at that. Yeah. She has such an amazing voice, and her singing is incredible. But she didn't match the character, and just like you said, Troy Baker just didn't feel like James, because the entire time Baker was putting on a very
he's doing the Troy Baker voice,
Yeah.
which
And he's trying to show emotion
Yeah.
through a quavering voice, but he's doing it with a deep register, which just comes across like this.
Yeah.
You know,
it's baffling to me that's I don't know if maybe it's the voice direction. I don't know anything about the development of the HD collection. I don't know if they just like gave them a script and were like, do it.
Do yourself a favor. Don't look into the HD collection and development. It's a hell.
I won't.
Dip into.
I enjoy it so much now. I don't want to ruin my view of the HD collection. But it's weird because I know Troy Baker. Troy Baker is not one of the actors that can only do himself. You know, like he if he really wants to and the writing is good, he can believe it. You can play a game and you won't know it's Troy Baker by the end of it. Ironically, game I haven't finished, but that very similar in many ways and topical because of Bloober Team, The Medium. I played a few hours of the game. The fact that Troy Baker was in that game, like, I was amazed. I was like, there's no way. That's impossible. Same with like even like his Batman stuff. You can't really easily tell that it's him. I think his Joker's pretty good. Not as good as Mark Hamill, but he does a pretty good, serviceable Batman. And
you know, my issues with the HD collection certainly aren't that the performances are bad, because they're really good voice acting. I think the only performance I would say that's bad is not the actor's fault, but the voice actor, I don't remember her name, that does Laura. It sounds like like a grown woman trying to be a child, which Laura in the original was a kid. She sounded bratty. She came across very authentically. And that's going to be hard to recreate with an adult woman's voice. But aside from that, they're all really talented actors, and they were giving good deliveries, good reads. I feel like, and this is something they probably could not have avoided, is their performances are different in just so much of a way that it could change a scene. So I always use Silent Hill 3 in this sense. There's a scene when the main character, Heather, runs into... Oh, your camera did
it happened again. Why?
Oh, no. Fucking computers are the worst things in the world, dude. They're absolutely terrible. And it could be one of 10 trillion problems.
I'm gonna try
some sort of USB conflict with like something that's plugged in.
Okay, I just tried reconnecting my camera to see if that will work instead of closing it.
We have still...
Okay,
yeah?
there we go. Okay.
Maybe that's it.
Well, we'll keep trying to... It's probably overheated or something.
That makes sense, actually.
I don't want to use this camera, but I have my other one over there for now. So like,
I get that.
It's best
convenience.
But okay, Silent Hill 3, whatever your scene.
There's a scene where Heather and another character, Douglas, are having an exchange. And in the original... Douglas asks her a question, and she says, if I knew that, would I be here right now? And with a very combative, very character appropriate, almost immature response to Douglas. And in the HD collection, it's like, if I knew that, I wouldn't be here right now. And it's very almost pleady and scared in a way. And of course, these are such small minutia when you really think about it. But it's hard for me to say if it's my preference after having heard the originals first, or if this is having an objective difference on the emotional effect of the scene. But I think that it does. And I think sometimes in order to get the best voice delivery, they may have potentially messed with the emotion that the line was supposed to bring across.
I can agree with that, because I even wrote like I only came to my enjoyment of the game through like a scholarly academic level almost. Like I was like, I want to understand this game. And so that's why I replayed it. That's why I watched so many reviews and read so much of the writing on this game, because I felt like something was wrong. And so and in my brain, that was largely due to the performances in the original. So I wrote down like, if I played the HD collection first, would I have come to these conclusions in my first playthrough? And I can't with any amount of certainty say that is so. And so I'm not saying like my defense of the HD collection in that it's a better version of the game. I think it's a companion piece almost because it without changing the original game, but with changing some of the performances, you are able to get a read into the situations and the town as a character that James has portrayed, and the different like actual plot points that happen in a much different way when you're not just thinking about the performances all the time. And so I think it's good.
I think that makes sense. Everybody hates the HD collection, and I would say for good reason, because there's a lot of closer to objective issues with its ability to run at a consistent frame rate.
See, I play it on Xbox Series X, so
which is the best version.
I had no crashes, no stuttering, no visual issues except the water before the hotel. No shadows that I noticed were wrong. Literally not a single issue with
interestingly with the water. That is exactly how it looks on the PS2. There's just a layer of fog that's in the PS2 that's not present in the HD collection.
Okay, that's weird. So like it's
almost psychedelic
it's just
the way that
uncovered. Then it's just like the bare water texture is what you're saying.
So what they would do is they had the fog because it was a semi-transparent fog on top of it, and the fog was sort of moving forward, which created the effect that the waves were kind of like spreading out. It's an interesting idea, but anyways, the HD collection, because PS2 architecture was so unique, when you port things over, you have to make changes, and in doing so, the Xbox port, which is the base of the HD collection, was not able to have as much fog on screen while keeping the frame rate high.
I've heard some of that being said, but like also my version that I played, like all of the fog looked the same to me. Like I don't know if that's a patch, I guess that
it's they patched out some of the unnatural behaviors of the fog that the HD collection brought, but there is, because it uses the Xbox version as a base. If you were to stand in front of the gate at the front of the graveyard and you looked at the HD collection, the PS2 version would have more fog on screen. It doesn't have, an ejected effect on the game or anything. But the Series X version, when I played it, I was blown away because I'd only ever played the PS3 version, and it is hot trash on the hottest summer day.
No, it was what got me to these conclusions. So I think in my brain, I'm always going to hold the HD collection at a higher standard, even though if technically there are some issues that doesn't, to the average person, Silent Hill community, no one's going to notice that. Except the water, which I did notice. In fact, and
even with Silent Hill 2, you can choose the original voices if you want the HD effect. And really and truly, outside of some very, very messed up texture problems, it's a sharp picture, and the edges look nice and clean. Some of the shadows are fucked up, but if you're the regular person playing the game and you're not a crazy person with a YouTube video based around noticing crazy details, you're probably going to be fine.
There was one issue that I just remembered. There was like in the clock room, I think the music was just wrong. It was like the original sounded like a messed up clock, like bell like ringing. It was still that in the HD collection, but it didn't have like the bell sound to it. It was just like a booming sound. And there was some like audio looping.
The enemies have their sound effects swapped as well, but that may have been patched out.
There's some weird problems, but I think that's why in my recommendation to people, if they haven't, I'm always going to be like, play the original on as much of original hardware as you can, and then play the HD collection, because you need to play it twice. You might as well play something that's a little bit different, and it might get you to some new understandings.
Now, I would recommend going with the enhanced edition, which is the PC mod. But really and truly, the average person, you're going to want to buy a disc, put it in your console, and play it, and not have to like tweak.ionize or anything. So
that's why I use my PS3 to play all these old games. Is just like I
easier.
I just buy a disc and I put it in. I don't need to mess with an emulator. I don't like playing games on my computer unless it's like a game that I like a CS:GO or like Rainbow Six. I want to play on a computer because mouse and keyboard, but like I'm not trying to get immersed into like CS:GO.
I got you.
So I think I like playing on a couch, and you can't really do that with a PS2 because of the stupid wires. Yeah, that's my defense of the HD collection. I think it's worth fair. I think it's worth a play.
Now I'll warn you ahead of time. Bless you, my cat sneezed. I'll warn you ahead of time. The HD collection is much more fair to Silent Hill 2 than it was 3 for some reason.
Yeah,
I'm not sure. What I imagine you're going to do the same thing. Play the original.
I'm going to do the exact same thing.
So you'll figure this all out yourself. Yeah. But the performance issues, some of the instability, is going to be more prevalent in the third game. Performance hitches where everything's running fine at 30 frames per second. There's a slight up and then it regains.
Yeah.
You'll see that every once in a while. It's not going to be game breaking, but at one point the floor texture did disappear and it was just darkness, which was terrifying.
You know,
and then you also can't choose the original voices on Silent Hill 3 HD collection.
That's weird. Yeah, I'm going to do the same thing, I think.
I think that's fair. It's totally fine.
It kind of makes sense because Silent Hill 3, from like just looking at it, it has like the Metal Gear Solid 2 level of fidelity where like games could have literally stopped progressing in terms of graphics, and I would have been completely fine with it. You know, like Silent Hill 2 is on the edge, like it looks really good, but it's not completely believable all the time. Silent Hill 3, it's already just, it's good enough.
So fucking, dude. I'm so happy to hear you say that because that has been, I remember when the Shenmue, the third Shenmue game was kickstarted and we started seeing cutscenes and I'm like, I'm playing for Silent Hill 3 right now. This is objectively a better image than what I'm looking at with Shenmue 3. Yeah.
Okay. Only last thing I think that we have to talk about on the dock. And, you know, it's only really topical to right now if you're watching this podcast, which I imagine most people are going to watch after I hold you at gunpoint and force you to tweet this. The Silent Hill 2 remake has had its first extended gameplay look at last week's Silent Hill transmission. And seemingly very mixed opinions about it. People either...
Yeah, for sure.
Very, very supportive of it, or very, very not, as tends to be on the internet. It probably always has been. What do you have issues with it? And if so, what are your issues? I want to hear because you've tweeted about it.
Yeah, I definitely do have some issues with the remake, but I came away from the Silent Hill transmission overly positive compared to my previous position. The last teaser or trailer reel that we saw, the combat looked very stiff, very early, very not polished. Blood animations, not great.
Which we found out was like literally the case. It was like a build from like a year earlier.
Which is par for the course for Konami. They will do something stupid at some point on purpose. It's guaranteed. But, you know, obviously I took that and I'm not feeling confident about it. After the Silent Hill transmission, I did have a few issues presentation-wise with some things. I thought some scenes looked better than others. The lighting, I wasn't a huge fan of, but I could see in motion that changing, you know, once I got in there and was able to explore.
Actually controlling it.
Yeah, exactly. Because it really does make a big difference. I've found games that I would rather watch someone play on YouTube because it looks better than it is on my monitor, and I can see all the aliasing at 4K or whatever.
Yeah.
But yeah, I felt pretty positive. I thought the voice acting for James sounded really good.
Dude, it's exactly like it's exactly what I wanted from the HD collection. That the level of performance. Troy Baker, great voice actor. What we have seen of this James, really great. But his voice actually fits James much more than I think Troy Baker's did. Yeah. And so it's like that good in between.
Absolutely. Yeah. And it fits remake James too.
Yeah.
But I think you could have taken that same voice and supplanted it in HD collection. It would have fit. Yeah, for sure. It feels like it's his voice.
To be completely fair to many of the people very, very angry about the remake, it is different than the original. Like everywhere that Konami has gone with the game after that original performance is believable performances. But I think that if you're playing it nowadays, which the people that are going to be playing Silent Hill 2 remake for the first time, like Silent Hill 2, their first experience is the remake. Most of them are probably not people that would have ever gone back and played the original on PS2. You're going to be some people like me.
I would imagine, yeah, the vast majority are people who probably have. I would say the vast majority of Silent Hill 2 fans are people who never played Silent Hill 2, but
and so
I think so.
I think that for the majority of people that aren't playing this in 2001, when the standards are much lower for voice acting, so when it feels weird, you can kind of move past it, unlike in a modern sense where it feels, it might be weird on purpose, but it doesn't feel like that when you're playing it. That for a general audience that Konami is obviously trying to get this game out to, because they wouldn't have remade it if they didn't want that. I think it's going to hit so much harder, like it did for me with the HD collection.
What I think is, this is my expectation, and it changed from before. My previous expectation is it's not going to be Silent Hill 2 as I know it.
Yeah.
But it will probably be, a fun little horror game and moody and creepy and give me something like that. After seeing it now, I think it's probably not going to be the Silent Hill 2 that I know and love. But I'm very interested to see this interpretation, the same way I'm interested to hear your interpretation of Silent Hill 2. I'm interested to play through Bloober Team's interpretation of Silent Hill 2, and I'm fully understanding before the game even launches, this isn't going to be Silent Hill 2 in the sense that I'm familiar with. And if you come in with that realization, it's much easier to see a difference and go, that's an interesting take, as opposed to like, that's different. There's where they didn't get it right. That's my position now. And it's a lot more positive than it was before. But still, there are going to be moments, I'm sure, this being a remake, where I'm going to say, I like the original better, or whatever it is.
I agree with pretty much everything you said there. I never really get the anger towards games being remade, especially when they're that old. Because again, I don't think people that are playing the remake for the first time mostly are not people that are going to go back and play a game from like RE2 was what, 1998?
98.
No one's touching that. And so, you have, and if people do play this new remake and they really like it, then they might actually go back and play that old game because they didn't have a reason to before.
I've gotten comments from people who have said specifically, I played RE2 remake and it made me go back and play the first 3 Resident Evil games, which to me is incredible. I mean, that's valuable.
I'm playing the Silent Hill games right now with you because of the Silent Hill 2 remake. I wanted to ask you about to do Metal Gear first. It was like after we did like the test episodes with Alan Wake, I was like, I want to do Metal Gear. But then I was like, no, I need to do this first. Like I need to get this out before this remake comes out. And I think that's another reason. And third, okay, backstory to me, I'm the biggest Last of Us fan you will ever find. I have the Ellie statue back there. I have the tattoo. I'm insane. I have her guitar right here. What else? I have all of the vinyl for all the, it's like way back in there. I have all the vinyl for all the soundtracks. I'm insane. And there were some people in the Last of Us community that really detested the HBO adaptation. And there were even more people that weren't like Last of Us super fans that were like, they better not mess it up by changing it. And I never understood that hate because I, as a Last of Us fan, would so much rather that the show be a different take on the characters than just the original cutscenes acted out by real people. Because I could just go and play the game. you know?
Honestly, I will say that's the one area where I am going to be inconsistent.
Mm.
I would have desired to see the events of The Last of Us portrayed in real life, because that would feel, I mean, that's my idea of a video game movie, is like, you take the events of the game, have real life actors play them out, because what we want to see is, what would this be like in the real world? I would have enjoyed that. And I tend, I feel like if you are going to make something that will be a different take, that is going to, give it maybe a different subtitle, or, you know what I mean?
I
Bring
don't,
it
okay.
like,
I don't
like
mean
Star Wars does.
I don't mean like different take as in like completely different, or like changing the plot or the stories, but like
Right.
the actors always get a lot of hate for not, like, if they're in a adaptation of something, not playing the original game to death, and obsessing over getting that original performance. That's more what I'm talking about. A different take is in, the director and the script, they are on the same page of, we are making The Last of Us on the screen. But the
Pedro Pascal is not going to try to be Joel,
because Pedro Pascal can't be Joel. Pedro Pascal will never be my Joel.
Yeah.
And I think I honestly kind of hate Pedro Pascal as Joel. Like, he's my least favorite part of the show personally.
Yeah.
I think Bella Ramsey is great, but she's also still, I maybe like her almost equally as part one Ellie, but they're still different. And if you try so hard to make it the exact same, you're just going to be a paling imitation of the original.
Okay.
And so the little choices by the actors that make it their own character are what I would so much rather see than just, like, you could do like an HD collection of Silent Hill 1, but like, again, like, just make all the textures over again, keep everything the same.
Yeah.
Do a voice performance that is just Guy Seehee, but new guy that we found off the street that does the same exact thing.
Yeah.
But it's always going to be worse because it's not trying anything. It's just a very inexplicably, obviously a money grab, if that is how something gets remade, I think.
I think that there is, you have to go in with the light touch. I think obviously the Resident Evil 1 remake is always going to be the high standard as far as recreating the initial experience with the addition of new mechanics, new areas, new enemies. It's possible to make those new things fit into the original in a way that I would imagine there are people who played remake when the remaster came out and were pretty sure Crimson Heads were in the PS1 version.
I was also
you know what I mean?
I was that person. Yeah. I was like, when I played RE1 for the first time, even I played it a couple months ago, like pretty often, I still thought there were Crimson Heads.
Yeah, exactly. So there is a way that it can be done. Like most things, it's not so much A is correct or B is correct, but if you approach one of them, there is a way that you can do it correctly. And I think Silent Hill 2, for Silent Hill fans, if you go in understanding interpretation, not recreation, it will be more palatable to you.
Especially with the Silent Hill movie as well, or the new movie. I haven't seen the original movie. I did want to watch it before this, plus Jacob's Ladder, but I didn't have time to watch like 4 hours of movie.
Jacob's Ladder is rough, dude. If you're having existential issues, I would recommend putting that to the side for a little bit.
Well, unfortunately, I like being in emotional pain. As
you're gonna love it then.
My second favorite game of all time is The Last of Us Part 2. So not only do I like painful games, but I love when people try to tell me that I'm wrong and that I'm stupid and I'm an idiot for liking Part 2 and I should die because I like it.
You don't have to tell everybody what I say to you all the time.
Listen, I'm trying to get this out here so that, maybe someone picks up on it and I'm saved. They come to me like, are you okay? What he's done to you, is this affecting you? And then maybe that's my Silent Hill, Jared.
Okay, I got you.
But yeah, like, especially with the Silent Hill movie, it looks to be, especially the original, that is a it is not even the plot basically of the first game. It is taking the plot and like taking the log line almost of Silent Hill 1 and then starting from there. And the Silent Hill 2 movie seems to be not as extreme, but very similar, where it's we took the story outline and now we're kind of making it our own thing. Because Silent Hill 2 fans, same with Resident Evil fans, the same with probably with Alone in the Dark fans. You're never going to be happy with anything if you hold the original in such a high regard. I was never going to like the HBO show as much as I liked The Last of Us Part 1. And that's not a fault of the creators. That's just how humans work. Yeah. Silent Hill movie, by the way, what do you think of that? I want to know.
You know, once again, I'll have to wait to see things further in motion. The main character doesn't feel like James.
He looks like Sam Winchester from Supernatural.
From Supernatural, yeah, exactly.
So much like direct rip off of him,
which shouldn't take me out of anything, but for some reason it's just like I don't know. He looks more like, you know who he looks like? I thought they were getting somebody to play not Travis. What's his name from Silent Hill Downpour? The main character, I've forgotten his name.
Yeah,
because that game is so forgettable. The main character of Silent Hill Downpour, he looks like he could play that guy, no problem. But other than that, that's something I could probably get used to, especially if the actor is really talented. That won't matter. But I don't like what I'm seeing as far as the movie looks to be uncolor graded.
I think that's if it is an intentional choice, I don't think it'll matter when you watch the full thing, because there are movies that go for a color grade that is uncolor graded. And it looks bad in the trailers because we expect trailers to be this like
slick,
like picturesque, like a painting on a wall versus the movie that can have errors and things wrong with it. But I think also it might also just not be color graded because they've shown us like 5 shots.
That's true. Yeah. Well, you know, the teaser trailer that they released, because at first we were looking at stills and I assumed they were production stills from a camera phone from the set. And then I saw them in motion, and it's just Silent Hill 2 relies so heavily on colored lighting. And while I'm going to give Christoph Gans the benefit of the doubt, because the last game or the last movie that he made was color graded in a way that I found fairly attractive. And that was sort of thematically quasi accurate to the game. But I feel like with Silent Hill 2, there's going to be so much emotion that you're going to want the viewer to be interpreting. And through colored lighting, I feel like it's going to be hard to do all of that in camera on set. I would imagine.
I just had the realization that what I've seen of the movie looks like how Silent Hill 1 looks in game. Like kind of gray, very neutral, like a downpour, a day with downpour weather, just kind of gray and normal. I want to say like Silent Hill 2 is more artistic. But yeah, I don't know. I'm hopeful about it. I think it could also be like a Konami thing where they're like, we have our transmission, give us footage right now. And it's like, they're barely in the editing stage and like, just send them some clips or whatever.
And this might be controversial, but I do think Christoph Gans did a really interesting job with the Silent Hill 1 movie. Again, if you go into it as wild interpretation and not recreation, it's like an entertaining movie, and visually it's very distinct and unique, and it feels visually like you would want a Silent Hill property to feel, I think. So there's definitely some good stuff there, and I think Christoph Gans has it in him to make a good movie. Hopefully doing time for vehicular manslaughter has not softened his directorial skills.
Yeah, no, you know, once you're in there, it just
That's what they
drains
say.
you
You,
of.
you never direct a good movie after getting arrested for vehicular
Well, yeah, I mean
manslaughter.
that's
They
a
always
common
say
saying. So like, I don't know.
that. Nonstop. I will say this. I don't want to set up an expectation or poison the well, but I feel like with your complaints of Silent Hill 2 so far,
Mm-hmm.
I think you are probably going to enjoy Silent Hill 3 a lot more, I feel like, which is cool because to be totally honest, I think I've agreed with a lot of the stuff you've been talking about so far. A lot of it are things that I enjoy because I like the vibe of Silent Hill 2 so much and just being in the location. But if I was going to play a video game and it had to be a Silent Hill game, I'd probably choose maybe one or three as a video game to
Yeah.
play through. But I think two has a very important place, like we talked about before, in how it handles such wildly almost untouchable subject matters with a level of poise and grace that you probably would struggle to see even today.
The basically the entire time I was playing the original Silent Hill 2, I was like, man, this isn't hitting. I wish I was playing Silent Hill 3. Because everything I've heard about it has Silent Hill 2 has taken like the the biggest this is the greatest game of all time space in my head. That's why I've waited so
Yeah.
long to play it, because like I wanted to make it right when I played it and do it right.
Right.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna enjoy Silent Hill 3 more as a game, because like if I look at rating a game or like putting it on my like favorite games of all time list, those are all things that I enjoy as the gameplay experience. The most enjoyment I got out of Silent Hill 2, which is a lot of enjoyment, is purely an intellectual or like an artful criticism kind of
Yeah,
thing
for sure.
outside of the game. Like this right here, what we're doing is like my favorite part of Silent Hill 2. But does that mean that the should I rate the game because of that? Because if so, objectively, as a review score could be,
Yeah.
you're rating the game, not the community that has unfortunately or fortunately sprouted up around it.
Or the conversations you've had
Yeah,
afterwards about it.
exactly.
It is a tough idea. I struggle with it sometimes in my videos because, I want to tell people this PS2 game looks good. But realistically speaking, I mean, you could pull up Google and type in a game that was made 8 years ago and it looks way better.
Yeah.
How do I say this out loud? This thing that I feel that's real in a way that makes sense, because it kind of doesn't,
Yeah. No, it's I think speaks to mainly the reason why I think Silent Hill 2 is so famed, is that like the everything around it, like the bones of the game are I think undeniably top 10, like concepts ever like created in the video game space.
Yeah.
But when when you're met with some things that I don't like execution wise, do I rate the game based on the potential that it had with me? Reviews to me are not an objective thing. I don't get angry when someone reviews a game I like bad, because they could have just not had fun with it. Like I didn't have fun with Silent Hill 2 the first time I played it. Like I said, I probably would have given it, I think I originally I chart every game I beat, and I put I gave it a 6.5 or 7, because it was immensely interesting from a high level design point of view, but like I didn't have fun. I didn't cry. Didn't make me feel anything really. In fact, it did make me feel something, and it made me feel like the experience I had was wrong because of everything else that people have talked about it.
Well, honestly, and this is, I'm gonna say this. this is something that I can't know, right? So this is a statement of fact that I'm going to make that I could never prove or anything. But I feel that Silent Hill 2 is the, the Earthbound of the Silent Hill series. There are people who love Silent Hill 2, and I think it's more, this has been my working theory, is it's more about what Silent Hill 2 says about you as someone who likes it.
Yeah.
Because like you've said, there are some high level concepts in here. There are some very interesting storytelling devices here, some very, very sensitive subject matters that have been handled exceedingly well.
Mm-hmm.
So there's a cult of personality around the game
It's
because
Kino.
of that. Yeah, it's Kino. It's just top 1% Kino. But like, I think that's where a lot of the issues come from, because when you enter into the Silent Hill discourse as someone who wants to potentially play one of these games, that's the game everybody's like, yeah, you start with Silent Hill 2, obviously. And it's like, I feel like you've probably been robbed of what could be a really interesting experience from going 1 to 2 to 3. You start with the origin point, you see the spin-off, and then you get the conclusion. It's like, oh man, that's such like a vital thing. But I really think the reason why Silent Hill 2 has become a meme for how popular it is, because it is just, I mean, no other Silent Hill game essentially exists aside from Silent Hill 2. I think there's a very good reason for that, because it is, I find it to be a really fun, not fun's probably the wrong word for it.
Enjoyable.
It is definitely enjoyable.
Maybe like art, like emotionally
It like gratifying in some sort of
yeah,
way.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah. In some sort of way. I do appreciate survival horror, and Silent Hill's always had a very interesting version of survival horror combat.
A version I
So
don't
I
like.
can always, but which is fine. I see why. I remember there's a great YouTuber named Neryl, he's so good. But he like you played Silent Hill 2 for the first time, and he was expecting all these incredible things, and he had a bunch of really valid criticisms of the camera and how it's swooping around nonstop.
I didn't mention
and
that is something
it's
that,
a fair point.
yeah, I never like wrote it down because I never like, I don't think I fully realized that's why. I like the concept of like the camera pointed at James and you're going down a hall and you can't see the enemy because of it. But like at some point it just gets overbearing. Like walking, there's
it's
no
like you should have
reason.
picked one.
Yeah.
Like you either get the fixed perspective or the full control, but both together feels weird.
There's like when you're walking down the forest in the beginning and it is all pointed at James, you literally don't know where the forest road is, so you're just walking into stuff.
You're running into every corner, turning and then hitting another corner.
And then like
exactly.
even down to, I think most of the cutscenes are shot well, camera designed well, but when he goes to the videotape and it's just like, it's kind of just almost spinning around him over and over. I'm like, I understand something has to happen here because you can't show the human emotion as well in this PS2 model, but like there are better ways to achieve that without like sickly, like like turning the camera into a phone video at sea, like on the side of a boat, rocking back and forth, making you sick. You can achieve that some other way.
It definitely could have been done, and it was not very well implemented. And even saying that, I could boot up Silent Hill 2 right now and have a good time with it and enjoy it. But I cannot be objective about that game in ways that's going to piss off Silent Hill 2 fans, in ways that are going to piss off everybody else, because I think it is a little overhyped as far as how many people talk about it versus how many people play it. But at the same time, also, like, I like it despite a lot of its flaws, and a lot of its flaws sort of play into a gameplay style that I tend to enjoy. So potentially, I'm just literally okay with its flaws because it's doing other stuff that I like. So it is a very weird place in the Silent Hill pantheon But I do get the feeling that you are gonna really enjoy 3, which makes me feel, it warms my heart because that is such a good game.
I think you nailed it on the head with like there are things that the game does that aren't they're not part of the game necessarily. They're just the almost imbued in the creation of the game itself that are the
Mhm.
reasons why I like it. Like I don't
Yeah.
the moment to moment they have some good scares and some very good
Mm.
kind of uncanny creepiness, but like when I think back of in 20 years of Silent Hill 2 and what I thought positively of it, I'm not going to think about James walking around Silent Hill. Maybe I'll think about like a vignette of the way the fog looked
Mm.
or the way the apartments made me feel. But what I'm going to remember is the the subtext and the deliberation that came with it.
Yeah.
Um, when I feel like people talk about it, they're just like, "Oh, it's the best written game of all time." I don't agree
Mm.
with that. I think it's at some points pretty poorly written in terms of dialogue. It's just
Mm.
expertly subtextual. Is that is that writing necessarily? Yeah, but I think writing is more than just you know dialogue. Just like it's more than just subtext.
Mm.
So I think to give it some conclusion, I do think Silent Hill 2 is one of the most necessary video games in a way.
Yeah.
I don't know if I can say it's one of the greatest video
Mm.
games ever made. But I think I, I think it the reason why it's so appreciated is because um, maybe if people want agree with it or not or understand it or not, the reason why it's so good is not because it's a good video game. It does so much more, but
Yeah.
maybe is again I'm gonna get hate maybe for this, but in trying to be more, it fails at the simple things that could
Mm.
have cemented this game as the greatest of all time.
Yeah.
And that's gonna be forever how I think about it.
It's interesting you put it that way, because I think I summarized it pretty similarly. I recently had a video where it just goes all the ports of all the Silent Hill games. Here's the ones to play. Here's the ones to stay away from, that kind of deal. And I talk about Silent Hill 2 in the sense that it is an important video game for you to play.
Yeah.
It's just not the best Silent Hill
Mhm.
game in the series by a long shot, but you definitely need to play it, you
Yeah.
know? It's
I
a very weird sell to tell somebody. It's like, listen, this is not going to be a very good driving car.
Mhm.
Get in it. You have to
Yeah.
drive
Yeah.
this car.
It's I think it's hard to like as the Silent Hill community, I can kind of understand where a lot of the built up anger comes from because like you
Mm.
have someone like me who just comes in and I shit on the game for 4 hours
Yeah.
or what it seems like. Um, and I can imagine that is even worse for someone who's like just like me, but they hear about Silent Hill 2 being great and they're not doing this trying to do this cringe YouTube thing and they
Mm.
don't have some very attractive other man to guide them through it. And so they come and they play Silent Hill 2. They don't play 1. They grab a copy. Maybe they play the HD collection. Maybe they play the original. They play it and they don't get it. And
Mm.
now they are forever wrong or
Yeah.
dumb or they don't get it. And I would argue they don't get it. Um, but it's not their fault. You can't blame someone for that.
Yeah.
Um,
Silent Hill 2 is a very specific experience. I
mhm.
mean, if you aren't on board with that kind of a story, the gameplay will not
No.
keep you playing to the very end, and vice versa. Like, if you do not like survival horror style gameplay, you're not going to engage with this game just to see what happens to Angela, you
Yeah.
know?
And
So
even if
you
you
do
do
sort
like
of have.
survival horror gameplay like me,
Mm.
I still didn't
Mhm.
like the gameplay. So like that's you
Yeah.
can't bank it on that.
Yeah. It's Silent Hill 2 is one of those games like Resident Evil 4. If you are a fan of the way third person shooting games work today, you should probably play RE4 to see the origin point of almost every like thing that you've played in the last 20 years. But I wouldn't say that Resident Evil 4 is one of the best playing video games ever made. Like I have plenty of games that I think, but it is important, and it is more important than it is good, I would say.
That's kind of the gist I would give. Same with, like you said, RE4, and there's a few others where like, especially I think I'm just making enemies today. Like Majora's Mask.
Shit.
I think like if you're coming to it to play it for the first time, I don't know how much you're gonna enjoy it, but that doesn't mean you shouldn't play it. Because you're building this cultural canon, I guess you could say. Where you're gonna understand a lot less about the medium, and particularly maybe yourself if you don't do it. So I think it's worth it, and I'm glad we're doing this. I'm not. I didn't hate the game, and then I'm spiteful that you made me, or I guess I made me make me play it.
Well, see, for me, this is an interesting sort of like a petri dish experiment that we're doing here, because here is this like this untainted source of potential. Okay, let's find out what the Silent Hill series looks like to somebody who's on the outside, who doesn't have a very rich cultural background in knowing about Silent Hill. And let's see if the stuff that I'm feeling is in some way vindicated by a fresh perspective, a very unconnected party. It's interesting. So this for me is a nice little sociological experiment.
And I'm glad that we'll hopefully be continuing this experiment. Maybe, I don't know, I'm going to try to force you to do every single Silent Hill game.
I'll do it. I'll sign on.
You'll have to
it.
finish, what's it called? The Silent Transmission? What the hell's the new one called? Quiet Transmission?
Yeah, I did
Silent
finish that,
Message?
didn't I? The Message. No, I think it was just The Message. Silent Hill Message.
I don't remember. Whatever that one is.
That's how poorly. Like I don't remember that entire stream.
Because I watched that stream and I don't think you finished it.
Did I not finish it?
I think even on your favorite son the other day, you were like, "Yeah, I didn't finish that game. I don't care." So
damn it,
I will make you finish.
I might have to finish it. Okay, that's fair.
But you're this experience. I have to play 40 hours of Book of Memories. So I'm the injured one here.
That's gonna be interesting.
Yeah, I don't know if that's one specifically. I don't know if I'm gonna beat it. I might just play it enough to.
You will be okay.
Get it. To a certain degree.
To be totally honest, the whole endless gameplay thing is a gimmick. You can beat the game in like 10 hours or something. Okay. Yeah. Like you could just continue past that point if you want to.
Yeah.
It's very weird the way it works. It's dumb, but it's all right.
Okay. Well, I think we've just about in 4 hours, 30 minutes of discussion.
Very efficient discussion.
Yes. Closed the book on Silent Hill 2. I want to leave with a quote today. This quote, I think there's a lot of poetic writing in Silent Hill 2, but this is the quote. A lot of the quotes are like in papers or like they're in the environment that you see. This one said by a character. It's Ernest. If you don't know the story of the Born from a Wish DLC, he has a daughter. Kind of unclear what happens to her, but she dies tragically by falling somehow. And you, Maria, have to bring him his daughter's birthday letter to him. And that's his moment of absolution at the end. And he says, I think it's pretty beautiful. He says, "I've never forgotten. Some things we forget and some things we can never forget. It's funny. I'm not sure which is sadder." This is Cross Circle Squared. I'm Ben Gerkman. This is Jared, Avalanche Revue's biggest YouTuber on Earth, probably.
On Earth.
I'll see you next time.